Chapter 9 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Emma Orczy. Chapter 9 Mala Fides. Part 1. Nicholas Berestein, riding like one possessed, had reached Stoutenburg's encampment 1 hour before nightfall. He brought the news of the failure of his plan for the capture of the stadtholder, spoke with many a muttered oath of the Englishman and his two familiars, and of how they had interposed just in the nick of time to stop the runaway horse. But for that cursed rogue, he exclaimed savagely, Maurice of Nassau would now be a prisoner in our hands. We would be holding him to ransom, earning gratitude, honors, wealth at the hand of the Archduchess. Whereas now, but there was solace to the bitterness of this disappointment. The blinding powder invented by the infamous Borgia had done its work. The abominable rogue, the nameless adventurer, who had twice succeeded in thwarting the best laid schemes of his lordship of Stoutenburg, had paid the full penalty for his audacity and his arrogant interference. Blind, helpless, broken, an object now of contemptuous pity rather than of hate, he was henceforth powerless to wreak further mischief. Just before I put my horse to a swift gallop, Nicholas Berestein had concluded, I saw him sway in the saddle and roll down into the mud. One of the vagabonds tried to chase me, but my horse bore me well, and I was soon out of his reach. That news did indeed compensate Stoutenburg for all the humiliation which he had endured at the hands of his successful rival in the past. A rival no longer, for the laughing cavalier, blind and helpless, was not like ever to return to claim his young wealthy wife, and to burden her with his misery. This last tribute to the man's pluck and virility Stoutenburg paid him unconsciously. He could not visualize that splendid creature, so full of life and gaiety, and conscious of mighty strength, groping his way back to the side of the woman whom he had dazzled by his power. He would sooner die in a ditch, he muttered to himself under his breath, than excite her pity. Then the field is clear for me, he added exultantly, and fell to discussing with Nicholas his chances of regaining Gilda's affections. Do you think she ever cared for the rogue? He queried, with a strange quiver of emotion in his harsh voice. Nicholas was doubtful. He himself had never been in love. He liked his young wife well enough. She was comely and rich. But love? No, he could not say. She'll not know what has become of him, Stoutenburg said, striving to allay his own doubts. And women very quickly forget. He sighed, proud of his own manly passion that had survived so many vicissitudes and was linked to such a tenacious memory. We must not let her know, Nicholas insisted. Stoutenburg gave a short, sardonic laugh. Are you afraid she might kill you if she did? He queried. Then, as the other made no reply but stood there brooding, his soul a prey to a sudden horror which was not unlike a vague pang of remorse, Stoutenburg concluded cynically, I'll give the order that every blind beggar found wandering around the city be forthwith hanged on the nearest tree. Will that allay your fears? Thereafter he paid no further heed to Nicholas, whom in his heart he despised for a waver and a weakling, but he gave orders to his master of the camp to make an immediate start for Amersfoort. Amersfoort had in the meanwhile, so devoured hours, become wonderfully calm. Those whose nerves would not stand the strain of seeing the hated tyrants once more within the gates of their peace-loving little city, those who had no responsibilities, and those who had families, fled at the first rumor of the enemy's approach. Indeed, for many hours the streets and open places, the quays and the sleepy, sluggish river had on the first day been nothing short of a pandemonium. Then everything gradually became hushed and tranquil. Those who were panic-stricken had all gone by nightfall. Those who remained knew the risks they were taking and sat in their homes waiting and pondering. Amersfoort that evening might have been a city of the dead. Darkness set in early, and the sea fog thickened at sundown. Some wiseacres said that the Spaniards would not come until the next day. They proved to be right. The dawn had hardly spread over this whole of the eastern sky on the morning of the 22nd when the master of the enemy's camp was heard outside the ramparts, demanding the surrender of the city. The summons were received in absolute silence. The gates were open and the mercenaries marched in battle array with banners flying, with pikemen, halberdiers, and arquebusiers. With fifes and drums and a trainload of wagons and horses, and the usual rabble of beggarly camp followers, they descended on the city like locusts. And soon every tavern was filled to overflowing with loud voiced, swarthy, ill mannered soldiery, and all the streets and places encumbered with their carts and their horses and their trappings. They built a bonfire in the middle of the marketplace, and all around it a crowd of out at elbows ruffians, men, women, and children, filled the air with their shrieks and their bibulous songs. Some 4,000 troops altogether, so Divock states, spread themselves out over the orderly, prosperous little town, invaded the houses, broke open the cellars and storehouses, made the day hideous with their noise and their roistering. As many as could found shelter in the deserted homes of the burghers. Others used the stately kirks as stabling for their horses and camping ground for themselves. The inhabitants offered no resistance. A century of unspeakable tyranny ere they had gained their freedom had taught them the stern lesson of submitting to the inevitable. The stadtholder had ordered them to submit. Until he could come to their rescue, they must swallow the bitter cup of resignation to the dregs. It could not be for long. He who before now had swept the Spanish hordes off the sacred soil of the United Provinces could do so again. It was only a case for the little patience, and patience was a virtue which these grave sons of a fighting race knew how to practice to its utmost limit. And so the burghers of Amersfoort, who had remained in the city in order to watch over its fate and over their property, submitted without murmur to the arrogant demands of the invaders. Their wives ministered in proud silence to the wants of the insolent rabble. They saw their dower chest ransacked, their effects destroyed or stolen, their provisions wasted and consumed. They waited hand and foot like serving wenches upon their tyrants, for indeed it had been the proletariat who had been the first to flee. They even succeeded in keeping back their tears when they saw their husbands, the more noted burghers of the town, dragged as hostages before the commander of the invading troops who had taken up his quarters in the burgomaster's house. That commander was the Lord of Stoutenburg. In high favor with the Archduchess now, he had desired leave to carry through this expedition to Amersfoort. Private grudge against the man who had robbed him of Gilda, or lust for revenge against the stadtholder for the execution of Olden Barneveld, who can tell? Who can read the inner workings of a tortuous brain or appraise the passions of an embittered heart? Attended by all the sinister paraphernalia which he now affected, the Lord of Stoutenburg entered Amersfoort in the late afternoon as a conqueror, his eyes glowing with the sense of triumph over a successful rival and of power over a disdainful woman. The worthy citizens of the little town gazed with astonishment and dread upon his sable banner, broidered in silver with a skull and crossbones, the emblem of his relentlessness, now that the day of reckoning had come. He rode through the city, hardly noticing its silent, death-like appearance. Not one glance did he bestow on the closed shutters to the right or left of him. His eyes were fixed upon the tall, pinnacled roof of the burgomaster's house, silhouetted against the western sky, the stately abode on the quay where, in the days long since gone by, he had been received as an honored guest. Since then, what a world of sorrow, of passion, of endless misery had been his lot. It seemed as if, on the day when he became false to Gilda Berstein in order to wed the rich and influential daughter of Marnix d'Estate Aldegonde, fickle fortune had finally turned her back on him. His father and brother ended their days on the scaffold, his wife abandoned by him and broken-hearted, he himself a fugitive with a price upon his head, a potential assassin, and that vilest thing on earth, a man who sells his country to her enemies. No wonder that at a comparatively early age the Lord of Stoutenburg looked a careworn and wearied man. The lines on his face were deep and harsh, his hair was turning grey at the temples. Only the fire in his deep-set eyes was fierce and strong, for it was fed with the fire of an ever-enduring passion, hatred. Hatred of the stadtholder, hatred of the nameless adventurer who had thwarted him at every turn, hatred of the woman who had shut him out wholly from her heart. But now the hour of triumph had come. For it he had schemed and lied and striven and never once given way to despair. It had come, crowned with immeasurable success. Stadtholder, thanks to the subtle poison of an infamous Borgia, administered by a black-hearted assassin, was nothing but a physical wreck. whilst those who had brought him, Stoutenburg, to his knees 3 short months ago were at his mercy at last. A longing as cruel as it was vengeful had possession of his soul whenever he thought of these two facts. His schemes were not yet mature, and he had not yet arrived at any definite conclusion as to how he would reach the ultimate goal of his desires. But this he did know, that the stadtholder was too sick to put up a fight for Amersfoort, and that Gilda and her stranger lover were definitely parted, and both of them entirely in his power. Their fate was as absolutely in his hands as his had once been in theirs. And the Lord of Stoutenburg, with his eyes raised to the pinnacle roof of the house, had sheltered the woman whom he still loved with such passionate ardor, felt that for the first time for this many a year he might count himself almost happy. Nicolas Berestein was among the last to enter his native city. He did so as a shameless traitor, a dishonored gambler who had staked his all upon a hellish die. Indeed, now he seemed like a man possessed, careless of his crime, exulting in it even. The vague fear of meeting his father and Gilda eye to eye seemed somehow to add zest to his adventure. He did not know how much they knew or what they guessed, but felt a strange thrill within his tortuous soul at thought of standing up before them as their master, of defying them and deriding their reproaches. His young wife he knew to be away. Her father had started off for Amersfoort with his family and his servants at the first rumor of the enemy's approach. In any case, she was his. He did not know how much they knew or what they guessed, but felt a strange. He, Nicolas, who had always been second in his father's affections, always subservient to Gilda and to Gilda's interests, and who since that affair in January had been treated like a skulking schoolboy in the paternal home, would now rule there as a conqueror, a protector on whose magnanimity the comfort of the entire household would depend. These and other thoughts, memories, self-pity, rage too, and hatred and imputations against fate coursed through his mind as he rode into his native city at the head of the rear guard of Stoutenburg's troops. He drew rein outside his father's house. Not the slightest stirring of his dormant conscience troubled him as he ran swiftly up the familiar stone steps. With the heavy basket hilt of his rapier, he rapped vigorously against the stout oak panels of the door, demanding admittance in the name of the Archduchess Isabella, sovereign liege lady of the Netherlands. At once the doors flew open as if moved by a spring. Two elderly serving men stood alone in the hall, silent and respectful. At sight of their young master, they both made a movement as if to run to him, deluded for the moment into hopes of salvation, relief from this awful horror of imminent invasion. But he paid no heed to them. His very look chilled them and froze the words of welcome upon their lips as he strode quickly past them into the hall. The shades of evening were now rapidly drawing in. Except for the two serving men, the house appeared deserted. In perfect order, but strangely still and absolutely dark. As he looked about him, Nicolas felt as if he were in a vault. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Curtly he bade the men bring lighted candles into the banqueting hall. Here too silence and darkness reigned. In the huge monumental hearth, a few dying embers were still smouldering, casting a warm glow upon the red tiles, and flicking the knobs and excrescents of the brass tools with minute crimson sparks. Nicolas felt his nerves tingling. He groped his way to one of the windows, and with an impatient hand tore at the casement. Stoutenburg's troops were now swarming everywhere. The quay was alive with movement. Some of the soldiers were biovacuuming against the house, had built up a fire, the ruddy glow of which, together with the flicker of resin torches, threw a weird and uncertain light into the room. Nicolas felt his teeth chattering with cold. His hands were like fire. Could it be that he was afraid that in a moment or two he would hear familiar footsteps coming down the stairs, that in a moment or two he would have to face the outraged father, come to curse his traitor son? Bah, this was sheer cowardice. But a brief while ago he had exulted in his treachery, gloried in his callous disregard of his monstrous crime. Now it seemed to him that a pair of sightless yet mocking eyes glared at him from out the room. With a shudder and a quickly smothered cry of horror, Nicolas buried his face in his hands. The next moment the two serving men came in, carrying lighted candles and heavy silver candelabra. These they set upon the table, and one of them kneeling beside the hearth plied the huge bellows, coaxing the dying embers into flame. After which they stood respectfully by, awaiting further commands. Obviously they had had their orders, absolute obedience, and all those outward forms of respect which they were able to accord. Nicholas looked at them with a fierce, defying glance. He knew them both well. Greybeards in the service of his father, they had seen the young master grow up from the cradle to this hour when he stood, a rebel and a skunk on the paternal hearth. But they did not flinch under his gaze. They knew that they had been specifically chosen for the unpleasant task of waiting upon the enemy commanders because their tempers had no longer the ebullience of youth, and they might be trusted to remain calm in the face of arrogance or even of savagery. In the face of Mynheer Nicholas, the child they had loved, the youth they had admired, now a branded traitor who had come like a thief in the night to barter his honor for a crown of shame. Part 4. A certain commotion outside on the quay proclaimed the fact that the commander of the troops, the Lord of Stoutenburg, had entered the town at the head of his bodyguard, and followed by his master of the camp and his equerries. He too made straight for the burgomaster's house, brought his horse to a halt at the foot of the stone steps. With a curt nod, Nicholas bade the old crones to run to the front door and receive his magnificence. In this, as in everything else, the men obeyed at once and in silence. But already Stoutenburg, preceded by his equerries and his torch-bearers, had stepped across the threshold. He knew his way well about the house. As boys, he and his brother Grenoveld had played their games in and around the intricate passages and stairs. As a young man, he had sat in the deep window embrasures, holding Gilda's hand, taking delight in terrifying her with his impetuous love, and forcing her consent to his suit by his masterful wooing. A world of memories, grave and gay, swept over him as he entered the banqueting hall, where but for his many misfortunes, as he callously called his crimes, he would one day have sat at the bridegroom's table beside Gilda, his plighted wife. Both he and Nicholas felt unaccountably relieved at meeting one another here. For both of them, no doubt, the silence and gloom of this memory-haunted house would in the long run have proved unendurable. "I did not know that I should meet you here," Stoutenburg exclaimed, as he grasped his friend by the hand. "I thought it would be best," Nicholas replied curtly. But this warm greeting from the infamous arch-traitor, in the presence of the two loyal old servants, brought a hot flush to the young man's brow. The last faint warning from his drugged conscience, mayhap. But the feeling of shame faded away as swiftly as it had come, and the next moment he was standing by, impassive and seemingly unconcerned, while the Lord of Stoutenburg gave his orders to the men. These orders were to prepare the necessary beds for my lord and for Mynheer Nicholas Berestein, also for the two equerries, and proper accommodation for my lord's bodyguard, which consisted of 20 musketeers with their captain. Moreover, to provide supper for his magnificence and Mynheer in the banqueting hall, and for the rest of the company in some other suitable room, without delay. The two old crones took the orders in silence, bowed, and prepared to leave the room. "Stay," my lord commanded. "Where is the burgomaster?" "In his private apartments, so please you," one of the men replied. "And his daughter?" "The jaunting Joffrau is with Mynheer the burgomaster." "Tell them both I want them to sup here with me and Mynheer Nicholas." Again the men bowed with the same silent dignity. It was impossible to gather from their stolid mask-like faces what their thoughts might be at this hour. When they had gone, Stoutenburg peremptorily dismissed his equerries. "If you have anything to complain of in this house," he said curtly, "come and report to me at once. Tomorrow we leave at dawn." Both the equerries gave a gasp of astonishment. "Tomorrow," one of them murmured, apparently quite taken aback by this order. "At dawn," Stoutenburg reiterated briefly. This was enough. Neither did the equerries venture on further remarks. They had served for some time now under his magnificence, knew his obstinacy, and the irrevocableness of his decisions when once he had spoken. "No further comments until then, my lord," was all that the spokesman said. "None for you," Stoutenburg replied curtly. "But tell Jan that the moment you understand that the burgomaster enters this room, he is to be prevented from doing any mischief. If he carries a weapon, he must at once be disarmed. If he resists, there should be a length of rope handy wherewith to tie his hands behind his back. But otherwise I'll not have him hurt. Understand? Perfectly, my lord, the equerry gave answer. 'Tis simple enough. Part 5. Now the two friends, brothers in crime, were alone in the vast panelled hall. Nicholas had said nothing, made no movement of indignation or protest when the other delivered his monstrous and treacherous command against the personal liberty of the burgomaster. He had sat sullen and glowering, his head resting against his hand. Stoutenburg looked down on him for a moment or two, his deep-set eyes full of that contempt which he felt for this weak-kneed and conscience-plagued waverer. Then he curtly advised him to leave the room. "You might not think it seemly," he remarked with a sneer, "to be present when I take certain preventative measures against your father. These measures are necessary, else I would not take them. You would not have him spitting some of our men, or mayhap do himself or Gilda some injury, would you?" "I was not complaining," Nicholas retorted dryly. Indeed, he obeyed readily enough. Now that the time had come to meet his father, he shrank from the ordeal with horror. It would have to come, of course. But like all weak natures, Nicholas was always on the side of procrastination. He rose without another word, and avoiding the main door of the banqueting hall, he went out by the back one, which gave on a narrower antechamber, and thence on the service staircase. "I'll remain in the antechamber," he said. "Call me when you wish." Stoutenburg shrugged his shoulders. He was glad to remain alone for a while, alone with that wealth of memories which would not be chased away. Memories of childhood, of adolescence, of youth untainted with crime, of love before greed and ambitions had caused him to betray so basely the girl who had believed in him. "If Gilda had remained true to me," he sighed, with almost cynical inconsequence, exacting fidelity where he had given none. "If she had stuck to me that night in Harlem, everything would have been different." He went up to the open window, and leaning his arm against the mullion, he gazed upon the busy scene below. The current of cold, humid air appeared to do him good. His arquebusiers and pikemen bivouacking round the spluttering fire, striving to keep the damp air out of their stiffening limbs. The shouts, the songs, the peremptory calls, the shrieks of frightened women and children, the loud Spanish oaths, the medley of curses in every tongue, all this confused din pertaining to strife seemed to work like a tonic upon his brooding spirit. A blind beggar soliciting alms among the soldiery chased all softer thoughts away. "Hey there!" he shouted fiercely to one of the soldiers who happened just then to have caught his eye. "Have I not given orders that every blind beggar lurking around the city to be hung to the nearest tree?" The men laughed. A monstrously tyrannical order such as that suited their present mood. "But this one was inside the city, so please your magnificence," one of them protested with a cynical laugh, "when we arrived. All the more reason why he should be hung forthwith." Stoutenburg riposted savagely in reply. A loud guffaw greeted this inhuman order. His magnificence was loudly cheered, his health drunk in deep goblets of stolen wine. Then a search was made for the blind beggar, but he, luckily for himself, had in the meanwhile taken to his heels. Part 6. The next moment, a slight noise behind him caused the Lord of Stoutenburg to turn on his heel. The door had been thrown open, and the burgomaster, having his daughter on his arm, stood upon the threshold. He was dressed in his robes of office, with black cloak and velvet bonnet, but he wore a steel gorget around his neck and rapier by his side. At sight of his arch-enemy, he had paused under the lintel, and the ashen pallor of his cheeks became more marked. But he had no time to move, for in an instant Jan and 3 or 4 men were all around him. At this treacherous onslaught, a fierce oath escaped Bernstein's lips. In an instant his sword was out of its scabbard, he himself at bay, covering Gilda with his body, and facing the men who had thus scurrilously rushed on him out of the gloom. But obviously resistance was futile. Already he was surrounded and disarmed, Gilda torn forcibly away from him, thrust into a corner, whilst he himself was rendered helpless, even though he fought and struggled magnificently. The whole unequal combat had only lasted a few seconds, and now the grand old man stood like a fettered lion, glowering and defiant, his hands tied behind his back with a length of rope against which he was straining with all his might. One of the most disloyal pitfalls ever devised against an unsuspecting civilian, and he the chief dignitary of a peace-loving city. Stoutenburg watched the scene with an evil glitter in his restless eyes. Shame and compunction did, in truth, bear no part in his emotions at this moment. He was exulting in the thought of his wild stratagem, pleased that he had thought of enticing Gilda hither by summoning her father at the same time. It was amusing to watch them both, the burgomaster still dignified despite his helplessness, and Gilda beautiful in her indignation. By Saint Bavon, the girl was lovely and still desirable, and thank Beelzebub and all the powers of darkness who lent their aid in placing so exquisite a prize in the hands of the conqueror. Stoutenburg could have laughed aloud with glee. As it was, he made an effort to appear both masterful and indifferent. He knew that he could take his time, that any scheme which he might formulate for his own advancement and the satisfaction of his very ambition was now certain of success. The future was entirely his to plan and mold at will. So now he deliberately turned back to the window, closed it with a hand that had not the slightest tremor in it. Then he returned to the center of the room, sat down beside the table, and took on a cool and judicial air. All his movements were consciously slow. He looked at the burgomaster and at Gilda with ostentatious irony, remained silent for a while, as if in pleasant contemplation of their helplessness. You are in suspense, his silence seemed to express. You know that your fate is in my hands, but I can afford to wait, to take mine ease. I am lord of the future, and you are little better than my slaves. Was it not foolishness to resist Mynheer? He said at last, in a tone of gentle mockery. Bloodshed, eh? In truth, the role of fire-eater ill becomes your dignity and your years. Spare me your insults, my lord, Berestein retorted, with calm dignity. What is your pleasure with my daughter and with me? I will tell you anon, Stoutenburg replied coolly, when you are more composed. I am ready now to hear your commands. Quite submissive, eh? The other retorted with a sneer. No, only helpless and justly indignant at this abominable outrage. Also surprised, what, at seeing me here tonight? In truth, my lord, I had not expected to see the son of Oldenbarnevelt at the head of enemy troops. Or your son in his train, eh? The burgomaster winced at the taunt, but he rejoined quite simply, if what rumor says is true, my lord, then I have no son. If, Stoutenburg retorted dryly, rumor told you that Nicholas Berestein had returned to his allegiance, then the jade did not lie. Your son, Mynheer, had shown you which way loyalty lies. Not in the service of a rebel prince, but in that of the Archduchess Isabella, our sovereign liege. He paused, as if expecting some word of reply from the burgomaster, but as the latter remained silent, he went on more lightly. But enough of this. Whether you, Mynheer Berestein, and your son do make up your differences presently is no concern of mine. You will see him anon, no doubt, and can then discuss your family affairs at your leisure. For the nonce, I do desire to know whether your city intends to be submissive. I have exercised great leniency up to this hour, but you must remember that I am equally ready to punish at the slightest sign of contumely or of resistance to my commands. For the leniency to which the Lord of Stoutenburg lays claim, Berestein rejoined with perfect dignity, in that up to this hour he has not murdered our peaceful citizens, burned down our houses, or violated our homes, we tender him our thanks. As for the future, the treacherous pitfall into which I have fallen, and the unwarrantable treatment that is meted out to me, will mayhap prove to my unfortunate fellow citizens that resistance to overwhelming force is worse than useless. Excellent sentiments, Mynheer, Stoutenburg retorted. Dictated, I make no doubt, by one who knows the usages of war. We do all of us, the burgomaster gave quiet answer, obey the behest of our stadtholder, our sovereign liege. The rebel prince Mynheer, who by commanding you to submit, hath for once gauged rightly the temper of the sovereign whom he hath outraged. Will you tell me, I pray you, Stoutenburg added with a sardonic grin, whether the Georgian Joffrau of your daughter is equally prepared to obey Maurice of Nassau's behests, and submit to my commands? At this cruel thrust, an almost imperceptible change came over the burgomaster's calm, dignified countenance. And even this change was scarce noticeable in the uncertain, flickering light of the wax candles. Perhaps he had realized, for the first time, the full horror of his position, the full treachery of the snare which had been laid for him, and which left him, pinioned and helpless, at the mercy of an unscrupulous and cowardly enemy. Not only him, but also his daughter. A groan like that of a wounded beast escaped his lips, and his powerful arms and shoulders strained at the cords that fettered him. Nevertheless, after a very brief moment of silence, he rejoined with perfect outward calm. My daughter, my lord, was under my protection until vile treachery rendered me helpless. Now that her father can no longer watch over her, she is under the protection of every man of honor. That is excellently said, Mynheer, Stoutenburg replied, and in a few words you have put the whole situation tersely and clearly. You have orders from the stadtholder to obey my commands. Therefore, I do but make matters easier for you by having you removed to your apartments, instead of merely commanding you to return thither, an order which, if you were free, you might have been inclined to disobey. A truce on your taunts, my lord, broke in the Murgo master firmly. What is your pleasure with us? Just what I have had the honor to tell you, Stoutenburg replied coolly, that you return forthwith to your apartments. But my daughter, my lord, she sups here with her brother Nicholas and with me. 'Tis only my dead body you'll drag away from here, the burgomaster rejoined quietly. Once more Stoutenburg broke into that harsh, mirthless laugh which had become habitual to him, and which seemed to find its wellspring in the bitterness of his soul. Fine heroics, Mynheer, he said derisively, but useless, I fear me, and quite unnecessary. Were I to assure you that your daughter hath ceased to root the slightest passion in my heart, or to stir my senses in any way, you would mayhap not credit me. Yet such is the case. The Georgian Joffrau, I'll have you believe, will be as safe with me as would the ugliest old hag out of the street. Nevertheless, my lord, Berestein rejoined with calm dignity, whilst I live, I remain by my daughter's side. Stoutenburg shrugged his shoulders. Jan, he called, take Mynheer the burgomaster back to his apartments. I have no further use for him. Part 7. Mynheer Berestein was still a comparatively young and vigorous man. In his day he had been counted one of the finest soldiers in the armies of the Prince of Orange, and had accomplished prodigies of skill and valor at the Turnhout and Ostend. The feeling that at this moment, when he would have given his life to protect his daughter, he was absolutely helpless, was undoubtedly the most cruel blow he had ever had to endure at the hands of fate. His eyes, pathetic in their mute appeal for forgiveness, sought those of Gilda. She had remained perfectly still in all this while, silent in the dark corner whither Jan and the soldiers had thrust her at their first onslaught on the burgomaster. But she had watched the whole scene with her ever-increasing horror, not at thought of herself, of her own daughter, only of her father and all that he must be suffering. Now her one idea was to reassure him, to ease the burden of sorrow and of wrath which his own impotence must have laid upon his brave soul. Before any of the men could stop her, she had evaded them. Swift and furtive as a tiny lizard, she had wormed her way between them to her father's side. Now she had her arms around his neck, her head against his breast. Do not be anxious because of me, father dear, she whispered under her breath. God hath us all in his keeping. Have no fear for me. A deep groan escaped the old man's breast. His eyes, fierce and indignant, rested with an expression of withering contempt upon his enemy. Jan Stoutenburg broke in harshly. Didst not hear my commands? 4 pairs of hands immediately closed upon the burgomaster. He, like a creature at bay, started to struggle. Someone knock that old fool on the head, his lordship shouted with a fierce oath. and Jan raised his fist, overwilling to obey. But with a loud cry of indignation, Gilda had already interposed. She seized the man's wrist with her own small hands and turned flaming eyes upon the Stoutenburg. "Violence is unnecessary, my lord," she said, vainly striving to speak coolly and firmly. "My father will go quietly, and I will remain here to listen to what you have to say." "Bravely spoken," Stoutenburg rejoined with a sneer. "And you, Mynheer Berstein, would do well to learn wisdom at so fair a source. You and your precious daughter will come to no harm if you behave like reasonable beings. There is such a thing," he added cynically, "as submitting to the inevitable." "Do not trust him, Gilda," the old man cried. "False to his country, false to his wife and kindred, every word which he utters is a lie or a blasphemy." "Enough of this wrangle," Stoutenburg exclaimed, wrathful and hoarse. "Jan, take that ranting dotard away." Then it was that, just before the men had time to close in all round the burgomaster, Gilda, placing one small white hand upon her father's arm, pointed with the other to the door at the far end of the room. Instinctively the old man's glance turned in that direction. The door was open, and Nicholas stood upon the threshold. He had heard his father's voice, Stoutenburg's brutal commands, his sister's cry of indignation. "Nicholas is here, father dear," Gilda said simply. "God knows that he is naught but an abominable traitor. Yet methinks that even he hath not fallen so low as to see his own sister harmed before his eyes." At sight of his son, an indefinable look had spread over the burgomaster's face. It seemed as if an invisible and ghostly hand had drawn a filmy grey veil all over it, and a strange hissing sound, the intaking of a laboured sigh, burst through his tightly set lips. "Go," he cried to his son in a dull, toneless voice, which nevertheless could be heard, clear and distinct as a bell, from end to end of the vast hall. "A father's curse is potent yet, remember." Nicholas broke into a forced and defiant laugh, tried to assume a jaunty, careless air, which ill agreed with his pallid face and wild, scared eyes. But before he could speak, Jan and the soldiers had finally seized the burgomaster and forcefully dragged him out of the room. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Emma Orczy. Chapter 10, A Prince of Darkness. Part 1. Gilda had seen her father dragged away from her without a tear. Whatever tremor of apprehension made her heart quiver after she had seen the last of him, she would not allow these two men to see. She was not afraid. When a woman has suffered as Gilda had suffered during these past 2 days, there is no longer in her any room for fear. Not for physical fear, at any rate. All her thoughts, her hopes, her anxieties were concentrated on the probable fate of her beloved. That unerring instinct which comes to human beings when they are within measurable distance of some acute, unknown danger amounts at times to second sight. This was the case with Gilda. With the eyes of her soul, she could see and read something of what went on in her enemy's tortuous brain. She could see that he knew something about her beloved, and that he meant to use that knowledge for his own abominable ends. What these were she could not divine. Prescience did not go quite so far, but it had served her in this, that when her father was taken away, she had just sufficient time and strength of will to brace herself up for the ordeal which was to come. It is always remarkable when a woman, young and brought up in comparative seclusion and ignorance, is able to face moral danger with perfect calm and cool understanding. It was doubly remarkable in the case of a young girl like Gilda. She was only just 20, had been the idol of her father. Motherless, she had no counsels from those of her own sex, and there are always certain receptacles in a woman's soul which she will never reveal to the most loving, most indulgent father. 3 months ago, this same absolutely innocent, unsophisticated girl had suddenly been confronted with the vehement, turbulent passions of men. She had seen them in turmoil all round her. Love, hatred, vengeance, treachery. She herself practically the pivot around which they raged. Out of the deadly strife, she had emerged pure, happy in the arms of the man whom her wondrous adventures, as much as his brilliant personality, had taught her to love. Since then, her life had been peaceful and happy. She had allowed herself to be worshipped by that strangely captivating lover of hers, whose passionately willful temperament, tempered by that persistent sunny gaiety she had up to now only half understood. He made her laugh always, made her taste a strange and exquisite bliss when he held her in his arms. But withal she had up till now kept an indulgent smile in reserve for his outbursts of vehemence, for his wayward, oft-times irascible moods, his tearing impatience when she was away from him. Her love for him in the past had been almost motherly in its tenderness. Somehow, with his absence, with the danger which threatened him, all that had become changed intensified. The tenderness was still in her heart for him, an exquisite tenderness which caused her sheer physical ache now, when her mind conjured up that brief vision which she had had of him yesterday morning, wearied with shoulders bent, his face haggard above a 3 days' growth of beard, his eyes red-rimmed and sunken. But with that tenderness there was mingled at this hour a feeling which was akin to fierceness. The primeval desire of the woman to defend and protect her beloved, that same tearing impatience with fate, of which he had been wont to suffer for keeping him away from her sheltering arms. Oh, she understood his vehemence now. No longer could she smile at his fretfulness. She, too, was a prey at this hour to a wildly emotional mood, tempest-tossed and spirit-stirring, her very soul crying out for him, and she hated, with an intensity which she herself scarcely could apprise, this man whom she knew to be his deadly enemy. Part 2. "Sit down, sister, you are overwrought." Nikolai's cool, casual words brought her straightway back to reality. Quietly, mechanically, she took the seat which he was offering, a high-backed, velvet-covered chair, the one in which the stadtholder had sat at her wedding feast. She closed her eyes and sat for a moment or two quite still. Visions of joy and of happiness must not obtrude their soft, insidious presence beside the stern demands of the moment. Stoutenburg brought a footstool and placed it to her feet. She felt him near her, but would not look on him, and he remained for a while on his knees close beside her, she unable to move away from him. "How beautiful you are," he murmured under his breath. Her hand was resting on the arm of her chair. She felt his lips upon it and quickly drew it back, wiping it against her gown as if a slimy worm had left its trail upon her fingers, seeing which he broke into a savage curse and jumped to his feet. "I thank you for the reminder, Mejuffrau," he said coldly, after which he sat down once more beside the long center table at some little distance from her, but so that the light from the candles fell upon her dainty figure, graceful and dignified against the background of the velvet-covered chair, the while his own face remained in shadow. Nikolai, nervous and restless, was pacing up and down the room. Part 3. "Allow me, Mejuffrau," Stoutenburg began coolly after a while, "to tender you my sincere regrets for the violence to which necessity alone compelled me to subject the burgmaster, a worthy man for whom, believe me, I entertain naught but sincere regard." "I pray you, my lord," she retorted with complete self-possession, "to spare me this mockery. Had you not determined to put an insult upon me, an insult which apparently you dared not formulate in the presence of my father, you had not, of a certainty, subjected him to such an unwarrantable outrage." "You misunderstood my motives, Mejuffrau. There was and is no intention on my part to insult you. Surely, as you yourself very rightly said just now, your brother's presence is sufficient guarantee for that." "I said that in order to quiet my father's fears. The treacherous snare which you laid for him, my lord, is proof enough of your cowardly intentions." "You do yourself no good, Mejuffrau," rejoined the Lord of Stoutenburg harshly, "by acrimony or defiance. I had to lure your father hither, else he would not have allowed you to come. Violence to you, though you may not believe it, would be repellent to me. But having got you both here, I had to rid myself of him, using what violence was necessary." "And why, I pray you, had you, as you say, to rid yourself of my father? Were you afraid of him?" "No," he replied, "but I am compelled to put certain matters before you for your consideration, and did not desire that you should be influenced by him." A quick sigh of satisfaction, or was it excitement, escaped her breast. Fretful of all these preliminaries, which she felt were but the opening gambits of his dangerous game, she was thankful that, at last, he was coming to the point. "Let us begin, Mejuffrau," Stoutenburg resumed, after a moment's deliberation, "by assuring you that the whereabouts of that gallant stranger who goes by the name of Diogenes are known to me and to your brother Nikolai, to no one else." He watched her keenly while he spoke. Shading his eyes with his hand, he took in every transient line of her face, noted the pallor of her cheeks, the pathetic droop of the mouth, but he was forced to own that at the curt announcement, wherewith he intended to startle and to hurt, not the slightest change came over her. She still sat there, cool and impassive. her head resting against the velvet cushion of the chair, the flickering light of the candle playing with the loose tendrils of her golden hair. Her eyes he could not see, for they were downcast, veiled by the delicate blue-veined lids, but of a surety not the slightest quiver marred the perfect stillness of her lips. In truth, she had expected some such statement from that execrable traitor. Her intuition had not erred when it told her that, in some subtle devilish way, he would use the absence of her beloved as a tool wherewith to gain what he had in view. Now what she realized most vividly was that she must not let him see that she was afraid. Not even let him guess if she were hurt. She must keep up a semblance of callousness before her enemy for as long as she could. With her self-control, she would lose her most efficacious weapon. Therefore, for the next minute or two, she dared not trust herself to speak, lest her voice, that one uncontrollable thing, betrayed her. "I await your answer, Mejuffrau," Stoutenburg resumed impatiently after a while. "You have asked me no question, my lord," she rejoined simply. "Only stated a fact. I but wait to hear your further pleasure." "My pleasure, fair one," he went on lightly, "is only to prove to you that I, as ever before, am not only your humble slave, but also your sincere friend. A difficult task, my lord, but let me see, without further preamble, I pray you, how you intend to set about it." "By trying to temper your sorrow with my heartfelt sympathy," he murmured softly. "My sorrow? I am forced to impart sad news to you, alas." "My husband is dead?" The cry broke from her heart, and this time she was unable to check it. Will and pride had been easy enough at first. Oh, how easy! But not now. Not in the face of this. She would have given worlds to appear calm, incredulous. But how could she? How could she when such a torturing vision had been conjured up before her eyes? For a moment it seemed as if reason itself began to totter. She looked on the man before her, and he appeared like a ghoulish fiend, with grinning jaws and sinister eyes, the play of light behind him making his face appear black and hideous. She put her hands up to her face, closed her eyes, and oh heaven, how she prayed for strength. None indeed, but an implacable enemy, a jealous suitor, could have seen such soul agony without relenting. But Stoutenburg was one of those hard natures which found grim pleasure in wounding and torturing. His love for Gilda, intensely passionate but never tender, was nothing now but fierce desire for mastership of her and vengeance upon his successful rival. The girl's involuntary cry of misery had been as balm to his evil soul. Now her hands dropped once more on her lap. She looked at him straight between the eyes, her own still a little wild, lit by a feverish brightness. "You have killed him," she said huskily. "Is that it? Answer me. You have killed him." He put up his hands, smiling as if to soothe the crying child. "Nay, on my honor," he replied quietly. "I have not seen that gallant adventurer these 3 months past." "Well, then?" "Ask your brother Nikolai, fair one. He saw him but a few hours ago." "Aye, yesterday," she retorted, "when he tried to assassinate him. I saw the murderous hand uplifted. I saw it all, I tell you, and in my heart I cursed my only brother for the vile traitor that he is. But thank heaven my lord was only hurt, I believe." She paused, put her hand up to her throat. The glance in Stoutenburg's eyes gave her a feeling as if she were about to choke. "You are quite right, Mejuffrau," he broke in dryly, "in believing that the intrepid Englishman who, for reasons best known to him, hath chosen to meddle in the affairs of this country, that he, I say, was only hurt when your brother interposed yesterday betwixt him and the stadtholder. The 2 ragamuffins who usually hang around him did probably save him from further punishment at the moment, but not altogether. Nicholas will tell you that, half an hour later, that same intrepid and meddlesome English gentleman did once more try to interfere in the affair of our sovereign liege, the Archduchess Isabella, this time with serious consequences to himself." "My brother Nicholas," she murmured more quietly this time, "hath killed my husband?" "No, no!" Here broke in Nicholas at last. "The whole thing, I vow, was the result of an accident." "What whole thing?" she reiterated slowly. "I pray you to be more explicit. What hath happened to my husband?" "The explosion of a pistol," Nicholas stammered, shamed out of his defiance at seeing his sister's misery, yet angered with himself for this weakness. "He is not dead, I swear." "Maimed?" she asked. "Blind," Nicholas replied, "but otherwise well. I swear it," he protested, shutting his ears to Stoutenburg's scornful laugh, his eyes to the other's sardonic grin, his miserably weak nature swaying like a pendulum twixt his ambition, his hatred of the once brilliant soldier of fortune, and his dormant tenderness for the sweet and innocent sister to whom his treacherous hand had dealt such a devilish blow. There was silence in the room now. Gilda had uttered no cry when that same blow fell on her like a crash. It had seemed to snap the very threads that held her to life. One sigh, and one only, came through her lips like the dying call of a wounded bird. All feeling, all emotion seemed suddenly to have died out of her, leaving her absolutely numb, scarcely conscious, with wide, unseeing eyes staring straight out before her, striving to visualize that splendid creature, that embodiment of gaiety, of laughter, of careless insolence, stricken with impotence, those merry twinkling eyes sightless. The horror of it was so appalling that it placed her for the moment beyond the power of suffering. She was not a human being now at all. She had no soul, no body, no life. Her senses had ceased to be. She neither saw, nor heard, nor felt. She was just a thing, a block of insentient stone into which life would presently begin to trickle slowly, bringing with it a misery such as could not be endured even by lost souls in hell. How the time went by, she did not know. Just before this awful thing had happened, she had chanced to look at the clock. It was then 5 minutes to 8. But all this was in the past. She no longer heard the ticking of the clock, nor her enemy's labored breathing, nor Nicholas's shuffling footsteps at the far end of the room. Fortunately, she could not see the triumph of the ominous sparkle which glittered in Stoutenburg's eyes. He knew well enough what she suffered, or would be suffering, anon when consciousness would return. Knew and revelled in it. He was like those inquisitors, the unclean spirits that waited on Spanish tyranny, who found their delight in watching the agony of their victims on the rack, who treasured every groan, exulted over every cry, wrung by unendurable bodily pain. Only with him it was the moral agony of those whom he desired to master that caused him infinite bliss. His Stygian nature attained a demoniacal satisfaction out of the mental torture which he was able to inflict. It is undoubted fact that even the closest scrutiny of contemporary chronicles has failed to bring to light a single redeeming feature in this man's character, and all that the most staunch supporters of the Barnevelt family can bring forward in mitigation of Stoutenburg's crimes is the fact that his whole soul has been warped by the judicial murder of his father and of his elder brother, by his own consequent sufferings and those of his unfortunate mother. Part 4. You will, I hope, Mejuffrouw, give me the credit of having tried to break this sad news to you as gently as I could. These words, spoken in smooth, silky tones, were the first sounds that reached Gilda's returning perceptions. What had occurred in between she had not the vaguest idea. She certainly was still sitting in the same chair with that sinister creature facing her, and her brother Nicholas skulking somewhere in the gloom. The fire was still crackling in the hearth, the clock still ticking with insentient monotony. A tiny fillet of air caused the candlelight to flicker, and sent a thin streak of smoke upwards in an ever-widening spiral. That streak of smoke was the first thing that Gilda saw. It arrested her eyes, brought her back slowly to consciousness. Then came Stoutenburg's hypocritical tirade. Her senses were returning one by one. She even glanced up at the clock. It marked 3 minutes before 8. Only 2 minutes had gone by, 120 seconds, and they appeared longer than the most phantasmagoric conception of eternity. 2 minutes. And she realized that she was alive, that she could feel, and that her beloved was sightless. Was it at all strange that with return to pulsating life there should arise within her that indestructible attribute of every human heart, a faint germ of hope? When first the awful truth was put before her by her bitterest foe, she had not been conscious of the slightest feeling of doubt. Nicholas's stammering protest, his obvious desire to minimize his own share of responsibility, had all helped to confirm the revelation of a hideous crime. "He is not dead, I swear," and "he is not otherwise hurt," which broke from the dastard's quaking lips at the moment, had left no room for doubt or hope. At least so she thought, and even now that faint ray of light in the utter blackness of her misery was too elusive to be of any comfort. But it helped her to collect herself, to look those two craven miscreants in the face. Nicholas obviously dared not meet her glance, but Stoutenburg kept his eyes fixed upon her, and the look of triumph in them whipped up her dormant pride. And now, when his double-tongued Pharisaism reached her ear, she swallowed her dread, bade horror be stilled. She knew that he was about to place an either-or before her which would demand her full understanding and all the strength of mind and body that she could command. The fate of her beloved was about to be dangled before her, and she would be made to choose. What? "You began, my lord," she said with something of her former assurance, and God alone knew what it cost her to speak, "by saying that you desired to place certain matters before me for my consideration. I have not yet heard, remember, what those matters are. True, true, he rejoined with hypocritical unction, but I felt it my duty, my sad duty, I may say. A truce on this hollow mockery, she riposted. I pray you, come to the point. The point is, fair one, that both Nicholas and I desire to compass your welfare, he retorted blandly. This you can best do at this hour, my lord, by allowing me to return to the privacy of mine apartments. So you shall, mine angel, so you shall, he rejoined suavely. You will need time to prepare for departure. She frowned, puzzled this time. For departure, she asked, a little bewildered. I leave this town tomorrow at the head of my troops. Thank God for that, she rejoined earnestly. And you, Mejuffrau, he added curtly, will accompany us. I? She asked, not altogether understanding, the frown more deeply marked between her brows. Methought I spoke clearly, he went on in his habitual harsh, peremptory tone. I only came to this town in order to fetch you, mine angel. Tomorrow we go away together. The folly of human grandeur hath clouded your brain, my lord, she said coldly. In what way? He queried, still perfectly bland and mild. You know well that I would sooner die than follow you. I know well that most women are over-ready with heroics, but, he added with a shrug of the shoulders, these tantrums usually leave me cold. You are an intelligent woman, Mejuffrau, and you have seen your valiant father resign himself to the inevitable. I pray you waste no words, my lord, she rejoined coolly. 3 months ago, when at Ryswick your crimes found you out, and you strove to involve me in your own disgrace and ruin, I gave you mine answer. The same that I do now. My dead body you can take with you, but I alive will never follow you. 'Twas different then, he retorted with a cynical smile. You had a fortune-hunting adventurer to hand who was determined to see that your father's shekels did not lightly escape his grasp. Today, she retorted and rose to her feet, fronted him now, superb with indignation. He is sightless, absent, impotent, you would say, to protect me against your villainy. You miserable, slinking cur! Stoutenburg's harsh, forced laugh broke in upon her wrath. Ah, he exclaimed lightly, you little spitfire. In very truth, I like you better in that mood. Heroics do not become you, mine Schott, and they are so unnecessary. Did you perchance imagine that it was love for you that hath influenced my decision to take you away from here? I pray God, my lord, that I be not polluted by as much as a thought from you. Your prayers have been granted, fair one, he retorted with a sneer. 'Tis but seldom I think of you now, save as an exquisite little termagant whom it will amuse me to tame. But this is by the way. That pleasure will lose nothing by procrastination. You know me well enough by now to realize that I am not likely to be lenient with you after your vixenish treatment of me. For the nonce, I pray you to keep a civil tongue in your head, he added roughly. On your conduct at this hour will depend your future comfort. Nicholas will not always be skulking in dark corners ready to interfere if my manner become too rough. He is here now, she said boldly, and if there is a spark of honor left in him, he will conduct me to my rooms. With this, she turned and walked steadily across the room. Even so, his harsh laugh accompanied her as far as the door. When her hand was upon the knob, he called lightly after her. The moment you step across the threshold, mein Schott, Jan will bring you back here, in his arms. Part 5. Instinctively she paused, realizing that the warning had come just in time, that the next moment, in very truth, she would be in the hands of those vile traitors who were there ready to obey their master's every command. She paused, too, in order to murmur a quick prayer for divine guidance, seeing that human protection was denied her at this hour. What could she do? She was like a bird caught in a snare from which there seemed to be no issue. Stoutenburg's sneering laugh rang in her ear. He, too, had risen and had followed her. He was beside her now, took her hand from the knob, and held it for a moment forcibly in his. His glance, charged with cruel mockery, took in every line of her pallid face. Heroics again, fair one, he said with an impish grin. Must I assure you once more that you are perfectly safe with me? See if you were in danger from me, would not your brother interfere? Bah! Nicholas knows well enough that passion doth not enter into my schemes at this hour. My plans are too vast to be swayed by your frowns or your smiles. I have entered this city as a conqueror. As a conqueror I shall go out of it tomorrow, and you will come with me. I shall go hence because I choose, and for reasons which I will presently make clear to you. But you shall come with me. When you are with me in my camp, I may honor you as my future wife, or cast you from me as I would a beggar. That will depend upon my mood and upon your temper. Nicholas will not be there to run counter to my will. Therefore understand me, my pretty fire-eater, that from this hour forth You are as absolutely my property as my dogs are, my horse, or the boots which I wear. I am the master here," he concluded with strangely sinister calm, "and my will alone is law." "A law unto yourself," she retorted, faced him with absolute composure, neither defiant nor afraid, her nerves quiescent, her voice perfectly steady, "and mayhap unto your cringing sycophants, but above your will, my lord, is that of God, and neither death nor life are your slaves." "Ay, but methinks they are, mine angel," he answered dryly, "yours in any case." "No human being, my lord, can lose the freedom to die." "You think not," he sneered. "Well, we shall see." He let go her hand, then quietly turned and walked to the window, threw open the casement once more, then beckoned to her. Strangely stirred, she followed, moved almost mechanically by something she could not resist. At a sign from him, she looked out upon the busy scene on the quay below, the enemy soldiers in possession, their bivouac fires, their comings and goings, the unfortunate citizens running hither and thither at their bidding, fetching and carrying, hustled, pushed, beaten, ordered about with rough words or the persuasive prod of pike or musket. A scene, alas, which already as a child had been familiar to her. A peaceable town in the hands of a ruthless soldiery. The women fleeing from threatened insults, children clinging to their mothers' skirts, men standing by grim and silent, not daring to protest lest more resentment brought horrible reprisals upon the city. Gilda looked out for a while in silence, her heart aching with the misery which she beheld, yet could not palliate. Then she turned coldly, inquiring eyes on the prime mover of it all. "I have seen a reign of terror such as this before, my lord," she said. "I was at Leyden, as you well know, and I have not forgotten." "A reign of terror, you call it, Mejufrau," he retorted coolly. "Nay, you exaggerate. What is this brief occupation? Tomorrow we go, remember. Is there a single house demolished at this hour, a single citizen murdered? You are too young to recollect Malines or Ghent, the reign of Alva over these recalcitrant countries. I have been lenient so far. I have spared fire and sword. Amersfoort still stands. It will stand tomorrow even after my soldiers have gone," he went on, speaking very slowly. If what, my lord?" she asked, for he had paused. The moment had come, then, the supreme hour when that dreaded either-or would be put before her. Even now he went on with that same sinister quietude which seemed like the voice of some relentless judge sent by the King of Darkness to sway her destiny. "If," Stoutenburg concluded dryly, "you, Mejufrau, will accompany me." "Oh," he added quickly, seeing that at once she had resumed that air of defiance which irritated even whilst it amused him, "I do not mean as an unwilling slave, pinioned to my chariot wheel or strapped into a saddle, nor yet as a picturesque corpse with flowing hair and lilies twixt your lifeless hands. No, no, fair one, I offer you the safety of your native city, the immunity of your fellow citizens, in exchange for a perfectly willing surrender of your live person into my charge." She looked on him for a while, mute with horror, then murmured slowly, "Are you a devil, that you should propose such an execrable bargain?" He laughed and shrugged his shoulders. "I am what you and my native land have made me," he replied. "As to that, the stadtholder never offered to bargain with me for my father's life." "Who but a prince of darkness would dream of doing so?" she retorted. "Call me that, an you wish, fair one," he put lightly, "and come back to the point." "And the point is, my lord?" "That I will respect this city if you come tomorrow willing and submissive with me." "That never," she affirmed hotly. "In that case," he riposted coldly, "my soldiers will have a free hand ere they quit the town, to sack it at their pleasure. Pillage, arson will be rewarded, looting will be deemed a virtue, as will murders and outrage, even your father—" "Enough, my lord!" she exclaimed, with passionate indignation. "Tell me, I pray, which of the unclean spirits of Avernus did suggest this infamy to you?" Then, as he met her burning glance with another careless shrug and a mocking laugh, she turned to Nicholas and cried out to him, almost with entreaty, "Klaus, you at least are not a party to such a hideous villainy." But he, sullen and shamefaced, only threw her an angry look. "You make it very difficult for us, Gilda," he said moodily, "by your stupid obstinacy." "Obstinacy," she retorted, puzzled at the word, then reiterated it once or twice. "Obstinacy? Obstinacy? My God, hath the boy gone mad?" "What else is it but obstinacy?" he rejoined vehemently. "You know that, despite all he says, Stoutenburg hath never ceased to love you, and now that he is the master here, you are lucky indeed to have him as a suitor. He means well by you, by us all, else I were not here. Think what it would mean to me, to father, to every one of us, if you were Stoutenburg's wife, but you jeopardize my future and the welfare of us all by these foolish tantrums." She gazed on him in utter horror, on this brother who she loved, could scarcely believe her ears that it was he, really he, who was uttering such odious words. She felt her gorge rising at this callous avowal of a wanton and insulting treachery, and he, feeling the contempt which flashed on him from her glowing eyes, avoided her glance, tried to shift his ground, to argue his point with a sophistry peculiar to a traitor, and sank more deeply every moment into the mire of dishonor. "It is time you realized, Gilda," he said, "that our unfortunate country must sooner or later return to her true allegiance. The stadtholder is sick. His arbitrary temper hath alienated some of his staunchest friends. The Netherlands are the unalienable property of Spain. Though 2 rebel princes have striven to wrest them from their rightful master, the might of Spain was sure to be felt in the end. 'Twas folly ever to imagine that this so-called Dutch Republic would ever abide, and the hour, though tardy, has struck at last when such senseless dreams must come to an end." "Well spoken, friend Nicholas," Stoutenburg put in lustily. "In verity, our liege lady, the Archduchess Isabella, whom may God protect, could with difficulty find a more eloquent champion." "Or our noble land so vile a traitor," Gilda murmured, burning now with shame. "Thank heaven, Nicholas, that our poor father is not here, for the disgrace of it all would have struck him dead at your feet." "Would to God," she murmured under her breath, "that it killed me now." "An undutiful prayer, mine angel," Stoutenburg rejoined, seeing that its fulfillment would mean that Amersfoort and her citizens would be wiped off the face of the earth. This time he spoke quite quietly, without any apparent threat, only with determination, like one who knows that he is master and hath full powers to see his will obeyed. She looked at him keenly for a moment or two, wondering if she could make him flinch, if she could by word or prayer shake him in that devilish purpose which in truth must have found birth through the whisperings of uncanny fiends. Gilda gazed critically at his lean, hard face, with the sunken, restless eyes that spoke so eloquently of disappointed hopes and frustrated ambitions. The mouth, thin-lipped and set, the unshaven chin, the hollow temples and grizzled hair. She took in every line of his tall, gaunt figure. The shoulders already bent, the hands fidgety and claw-like, the torn doublet and shabby boots, all proclaiming the down-at-heel adventurer who had staked his all, honor, happiness, eternity for ambition, has staked all he possessed and played a losing game. But for pity or compunction Gilda sought in vain. The glance which after a while was raised to hers revealed nothing but unholy triumph and a cruel, callous mockery. In truth, that glance had told her that she could expect neither justice nor mercy from him, and had spared her the humiliation of a desperate and futile appeal. A low moan escaped her lips. She tottered slightly and felt her knees giving way under her. Vaguely she put out her hand, fearing that she might fall. Even so, she swayed backwards, feeling giddy and sick. But the dread of losing consciousness before this man whom she loathed and despised kept up both her courage and her endurance. She felt the paneling of the window embrasure behind her and leaned against it for support. Part 6. Stoutenburg had made no effort to come to her assistance, neither had Nicholas. Probably both of them knew that she would never allow either of them to touch her. But Stoutenburg's mocking glance had pursued her all through her valiant fight against threatening unconsciousness. Now that she leaned against the framework of the window, pale and wraith-like, only her delicate profile vaguely distinguishable in the semi-gloom, her lips parted as if to drink in the cold evening air, she looked so exquisite, so desirable, that he allowed his admiration of her to override every other thought. "You are lovely, mein Schat," he said quietly. "Exquisite and worthy to be a queen. And by heaven," he exclaimed with sudden passion, "you'll yet live to bless this hour when I broke your obstinacy. Hand in hand, mine angel, you and I will be masters of this beautiful land. I feel that I could do great things if I had you by my side. Listen, Gilda," he went on eagerly, thinking that because she remained silent and motionless she had given up the fight, and was at last resigned to the inevitable. "Listen, my beautiful little vixen. The Archduchess will wish to reward me for this. The capture of Amersfoort is no small matter, and I have further projects in mind. In the meanwhile, de Burgh hath already hinted that she might re-establish the Republic under the suzerainty of Spain and appoint me as her stadtholder. Think, mine Gisfelde, think what a vista of glorious, satisfied ambition lies before us both. Nay, before us all. Your father, chief pensionary, Nicholas, general of our armies, your family raised above everyone in the land. You'll thank me, I say. Thank me on your knees for my constancy and for my unwavering loyalty to you. And even tonight, presently, when you are quite calm and at rest, you'll pray to your God, I vow, for his blessing upon your humble and devoted slave." He bent the knee when he said this, still scornful even in this affection of humility, and raised the hem of her gown to his lips. She did not look down on him, nor did she snatch her skirts out of his hand. She just stared straight out before her and said slowly with great deliberation, "Tonight, presently, when I am at rest, I will pray God to kill you ere you put your monstrous threat into execution." With a light laugh, he jumped to his feet. "Still the shrewish little vixen, what?" he said carelessly. "Yet see what a good dog I am. I'll not bear resentment, and you shall have the comfort of your father's company at the little supper party which I have prepared. Only the four of us, you and the burgomaster, and Nicholas and I, and we can discuss the arrangements for our forthcoming wedding, which shall be magnificent, I promise you. But be sure of this, fair one," he went on harshly, drew up his gaunt figure to its full height, "that what I've said, I've said. Tomorrow at sunrise I go hence, and you come with me, able-bodied and willing, to a place which I have in mind. But this city will be the hostage for your good behavior. My soldiers remain here under the command of one Jan, who obeys all my behests implicitly and without question, because he hates the stadtholder as much as I do, and hath a father's murder to avenge against that tyrant just as I have. Jan will stay in Amersfoort until I bid him go. But at one word from me this city will be reduced to ashes, and not one man, woman, or child shall live to tell the tale of how the jonge Juffrouw Gilda Barristan set her senseless obstinacy above the lives of thousands. Think not that I'll relent," he concluded, and once more turned to the open window, gazed down upon the unfortunate city which he had marked as the means to his fiendish ends. His restless eyes roamed over the busy scene. His soldiers, the executioners who would carry out his will. Never had he been so powerful, never had his ambition been so near its goal. It had all come together, the humiliation of the stadtholder, his own success in this daring enterprise, Gilda entirely at his mercy. Success had crowned all his nefarious schemes at last. "Nothing will change me from my purpose," he said, with all the harsh determination which characterized his every action. "Nothing! Neither your tears, nor your frowns, nor your prayers. There is no one, understand me, no one who can stand between me and my resolve." "No one but God," she murmured under her breath. "O God, protect me now. My God, save me from this." Dizzy, moving like a sleepwalker, she tried to hold herself erect, tried to move from the window and from the propinquity of that execrable miscreant. "Have I your permission to go now?" she murmured faintly. "Yes," he replied, "to your father. I'll order Jan to release our worthy burgomaster, and you and he can pray for my demise at your leisure. Whether you confide in him or not is no concern of mine. I would have you remember that my promise to respect this city and her inhabitants only holds good if you, of your own free will, come with me tomorrow. Amersfoort shall live if you come willingly. You are the best judge whether your father would be the happier for this knowledge. Methinks it would be kinder to let him think that you come tomorrow as my willing bride. But that is for you to decide. I want him here anon to give his blessing upon our future union in the presence of your brother Nicholas. I wish the bond to be made irrevocable as soon as may be. If you or your father break it afterwards, it will be the worst for Amersfoort. Try and believe that the alternative is of complete indifference to me. I have everything in the world now that I could possibly wish for. My ambition is completely satisfied. To have you as my wife would only be the pandering to caprice. And now you may go, mein Schott," he concluded. "The destinies of your native city are in your dainty hands." He watched her progress across the room with a sarcastic grin, but in his heart he was conscious of a bitter disappointment. Unheard by her, he muttered under his breath, if only she would care how different everything might be. Aloud he called to Nicholas, "Escort your sister man into the presence of the burgomaster, and see that Jan and a chosen few form a guard of honor on the passage of the future Lady of Stoutenburg." Nicholas hastened to obey. Gilda tried to check him with a brief, "I thank you, I would prefer to go alone." But already he had thrown open the door, and anon his husky voice could be heard giving orders to Jan. Gilda, at the last, turned once more to look on her enemy. He caught her eye, bowed very low, his hand almost touching the ground ere he brought it, with a sweeping flourish, back to his breast in the most approved fashion lately brought in from France. "In half an hour supper will be served," he said. "I await the honor of the burgomaster's company and of your own." And he remained in an attitude of perfect deference whilst she passed silently out of the room. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Lelou. The First Sir Percy, by Baroness Emma Orczy. Chapter 11. The Danger Spoke. Part 1. Gilda had refused her brother's escort, preferring to follow Jan, and Nicholas, half indifferent, half ashamed, watched her progress up the stairs, and when she had disappeared in the gloom of the corridor above, he went back to his friend. The two old serving-men were now busy in the banqueting hall bringing in the supper. They set the table with silver and crystal goblets, with jugs of Spanish and Rhenish wines, and dishes of cooked meats. They came and went about their business expeditiously and silently, brought in 2 or more heavy candelabra with a dozen or more lighted candles in their sconces, so that the vast room was brilliantly lit. They threw fresh logs upon the fire, so the whole place looked cosy and inviting. Stoutenburg had once more taken up his stand beside the open window. Leaning his arm against the mullion, he rested his head upon it. Bitterness and rage had brought hot tears to his eyes. Somehow it seemed to him as if in the overflowing cup of his triumph something had turned to gall. Gilda eluded him. He could not understand her. The experience which he had had of women had taught him that these beautiful and shallow creatures, soulless for the most part and heartless, were easily to be cajoled with soft words and bribed with wealth and promises. Yet he had dangled before Gilda's eyes such a vision of glory and exalted position as should have captured quite unconditionally the citadel of her affections, and she had remained indifferent to it all. He had owned himself still in love with her, and she had remained quite callous to his ardor. He had tried indifference, and had only been paid back in his own coin. To a man of Stoutenburg's intensely egotistical temperament, there could be only one explanation for this seeming coldness. The wench's senses, it could be nothing more, were still under the thrall of that miserable adventurer who, thank Beelzebub and his horde, had at last been rendered powerless to wreak further mischief. There could be, he argued to himself, no aversion in her heart for one who was so ready to share prosperity, power, and honor with her, to forgive and forget all that was past, to raise her from comparative obscurity to the most exalted state that had ever dazzled a woman's fancy, and stormed the inmost recesses of her soul. She was still infatuated with the varlet, and that was all. A wholly ununderstandable fact. Stoutenburg never could imagine how she had ever looked with favour on such an adventurer, whose English parentage and reputed wealth were, to say the least, problematical. Bernstein had been a fool to allow his only daughter to bestow her beauty and her riches on a stranger, about whom in truth he knew less than nothing. The girl, bewitched by the rascallion, had cajoled her father and obtained his consent. Now she was still under the spell of a handsome presence, a resonant voice, a provoking eye. It could be, nothing more than that. When once she understood what she had gained, how utterly inglorious that once brilliant soldier of fortune had become, she would descend from her high attitude of disdain and kiss the hand which she now spurned. But in anticipation of that happy hour, the Lord Stoutenburg felt moody and discontented. Nicholas's voice, close to his elbow, roused him from his gloomy meditations. "You must be indulgent, my friend," he was saying in a smooth, conciliatory tone. "Gilda had always a wilful temper." "And a tenacious one," Stoutenburg retorted. "She is still in love with that rogue." "Bah!" the other rejoined, with a note of spite in his tone. "It is mere infatuation. A woman's whimsy for a good-looking face and a pair of broad shoulders. She should have seen the scrubby rascal as I last caught sight of him. Grimy, unshaven, broken. No woman's fancy would survive such a spectacle." Then, as Stoutenburg, still unconsoled, continued to stare through the open window, muttering disjointed phrases through obstinately set lips, he went on quite gaily. "You are not the first by any means, my friend, whose tempestuous wooing hath brought a woman, loving and repentant, to her heel. When I was over in England with my father 6 years ago, we saw there a play upon the stage. It had been writ by some low-born mountebank, one William Shakespeare. The name of the play was The Taming of the Shrew. Therein, too, a woman of choleric temper did during several scenes defy the man who wooed her. In the end, he conquered. She became his wife, and as tender and submissive a one as e'er you'd wish to see. But by St. Bavon how she stormed at first, how she professed to hate him. I was forcibly reminded of that play when I saw Gilda defying you a while ago, and I could have wished that you had displayed the same good humour over the wrangle as did the gallant Petruchio, the hero of the piece. Stoutenburg was interested. How did he succeed in the end? He queried. Your Petruchio, I mean. He starved the ranting virago into submission, Nicholas replied with an easy laugh. Gave her nothing to eat for a day and a night, swore at her lackeys, beat her waiting maids. She was disdainful at first, then terrified. Finally she admired him because he had mastered her. A good moral, friend Nicholas. Aye, and one you do well to follow. Women reserve their disdain for weaklings, and their love for their masters. And think you that Gilda? Gilda, my friend, is but a woman after all. Have no fear. She'll be your willing slave in a week. Stoutenburg's eyes glittered at the thought. A week is a long time to wait, he murmured. I wish that now. He paused. Something that was happening down below on the quay had attracted his attention. Unusual merriment, loud laughter, the strains of a bibulous song. For a moment or two his keen eyes searched the gloom for the cause of all this hilarity. He leaned far out of the window, called peremptorily to a group of soldiers who were squatting around their bivouac fire. "Hey!" he shouted. "Peter, Willem, whatever your confounded names may be, what is that rascallion doing over there?" "Making us all laugh, so please your lordship," one of the soldiers gave reply, "by the drollest stories and quips any of us have ever heard." "Where does he come from?" "From nowhere, apparently," the man averred. "He just fell among us. The man is blind, so please you," he added after a moment's hesitation. Stoutenburg swore. "How many times must I give orders," he demanded roughly, "that every blind beggar who comes prowling round the camps be hanged to the nearest post?" "We did intend to hang him," the soldier replied coolly, "but when he first came along he was so nimble that ere we could capture him he gave us the slip." "Well," Stoutenburg rejoined harshly, "it is not too late. You have him now." "So we have, magnificence," the man replied, hesitated for a second or two, then added, "But he is so amusing, and he seems a gentleman of quality, too proud for the hangman's rope." "Too proud, is he?" his lordship retorted with a sneer. "A gentleman of quality, and amusing to boot. Well, let us see how his humour will accommodate itself to the gallows. Here, let me have a look at the loon." There was much hustling down below after this, shouting and prolonged laughter, a confused din through which it was impossible to distinguish individual sounds. Stoutenburg's nerves were tingling. He was quite sure by now that he recognized that irrepressible merry voice. A gentleman of quality, blind, amusing, but if Nicholas's reports of yesterday's events were true, the man was hopelessly stricken. And what could induce him to put his head in the jackal's mouth, to affront his triumphing enemy, when he himself was so utterly helpless and abject? Not long was the Lord of Stoutenburg left in suspense. Even whilst he gazed down upon the merry, excited throng, he was able to distinguish in the midst of them all a pair of broad shoulders that could only belong to one man. The soldiers, laughing, thoroughly enjoying the frolic, were jostling him not a little for the sheer pleasure of measuring their valor against so hefty a fellow. And he, despite his blindness, gave as good as he got, fought valiantly with fist and boot, and gave his tormentors many a hard knock, until, with a shout of glee, some of the men succeeded in seizing hold of him, and hoisted him up on their shoulders, and brought him into the circle of light formed by the resin torches. A double cry came in response, one of amazement from Stoutenburg, and one of horror from Nicholas. But neither of them spoke. Stoutenburg's lips were tightly set. A puzzled frown appeared between his brows. In truth, for once in the course of his devilish career, he was completely taken aback and uncertain of what to do. The man whom he saw there before him, in ragged clothes, unshaved and grimy, blinking with sightless eyes, was the man whom he detested above every other thing or creature on earth, the reckless soldier of fortune of the past, for a while the proud and successful rival, now just a wreck of humanity, broken, aye, degraded, and henceforth an object of pity rather than a menace to his rival's plans. His doublet was in rags, his plumed hat battered, his toes shone through the holes in his boots. The upper part of his face was swathed in a soiled linen bandage. This had no doubt been originally intended to shield the stricken eyes, but it had slipped, and those same eyes, with their horrible fixed look, glittered with unearthly weirdness in the flickering light. "Salute to his magnificence, the lord and master of Amersfoort, and all that in it lies," one of the soldiers shouted gaily. And the blind man forthwith made a gesture of obeisance, swept with a wide flourish his battered plumed hat from off his head. "To his magnificence," he called out in response, "though my eyes cannot see him, my voice is raised in praise of his nobility and his valor. May the recording angels give him his full deserts." Part 3. The feeling of sheer horror which had caused Nicholas to utter a sudden cry was, in truth, fully justified. "It can't be," he murmured, appalled at what he saw. Stoutenburg answered with a hoarse laugh. "Nay, by Satan and all his myrmidons, it is." Already he was leaning out of the window, giving quick orders to the men down below to bring that drunken vagabond forthwith into his presence, after which he turned once more to his friend. "We'll soon see," he said, "if it is true, or if our eyes have played us both an elusive trick. Yet methinks," he added thoughtfully, "that the pigwidgeon of late who hath taken my destiny in hand is apparently intent on doing me a good turn." "In what way?" the other asked. "By throwing my enemy across my path," Stoutenburg replied dryly. "You'll hang him, of course," Nicholas rejoined. "Yes, I'll hang him," Stoutenburg retorted with a snarl, "but I must make use of him first." "Make use of him how?" "That I do not know yet. But inspiration will come, never you fear, my friend. All that I want is a leverage for bringing the stadtholder to his knees and for winning Gilda's love." "Then in heaven's name, man," Nicholas rejoined earnestly, "begin by ridding yourself of the only danger spoke in your wheel." "Danger spoke?" Stoutenburg exclaimed, threw back his head and laughed. "Would you really call that miserable oaf a serious bar to mine ambition, or a possible rival in your sister's regard?" And with an outstretched hand he pointed to the door. There, under the lintel, pushed on by Jan and 2 or 3 other men, who, powerfully built though they were, looked like pygmies beside the stricken giant, drunk as an owl, his hat awry above that hideous bandage, dirty, unkempt, and ragged, appeared the man who had once been the brilliant inspiration of Franz Hals' immortal Laughing Cavalier. At the sight of him, Nicholas Berstein gave a loud groan and collapsed into a chair, burying his face in his hand. He was ever a coward, even in villainy, and when the man whom he had once hated so bitterly, and whom his craven hand had struck in such a dastardly manner, lurched into the room, and as he fell against the table uttered an inane and bibulous laugh, his nerve completely forsook him. At the peremptory sign from Stoutenburg, Jan closed the doors which gave on the hall, but he and 2 of the men remained at attention inside the room. The blind man groped with his hands till they found a chair, into which he sank, with powerful limbs outstretched, snorting like a dog just come out of the water. With an awkward gesture he pushed his hat from his head, and in doing so he dislodged the grimy bandage so that it sat like a scullion's cap across his white forehead. Stoutenburg watched him with an expression of cruel satisfaction. It is not often given to a man to have an enemy and a rival so completely in his power, and the exultation in Stoutenburg's heart was so great that he was content to savor it in silence for a while. Nicholas was beyond the power of speech, and so the silence for a moment or 2 remained absolute. Then the blind man suddenly sat up, craning his neck and rolling his sightless eyes. "I wonder where the devil I am," he murmured through set lips. He appeared to listen intently, no doubt caught the sound of life around him, for he added quickly, "Is anybody here?" "I am here," Stoutenburg replied curtly. "Do you know who I am, sirrah?" In truth, I do not, Diogenes replied. But by your accent I would judge you to be a man who at this moment is mightily afraid. Afraid? Stoutenburg retorted with a loud laugh. I afraid of a helpless vagabond who has been fool enough to run his head into a noose which I had not even thought of preparing for him? Yet you are afraid, my lord. The other rejoined quietly, else you would not have ordered your bodyguard to watch over your precious person whilst you parleyed with a blind man. My bodyguard is only waiting for final orders to take you to the gallows, Stoutenburg rejoined roughly. You may as well know now as later that it is my intention to hang you. As well now as later, the blind man assented with easy philosophy. I understand that for the nonce, whoever your magnificence may be, you are the master in Amersfoort. As such, you have a right to hang anyone you choose, me or another. What matters? I was very nearly hung once, you must know, by the Lord of Stoutenburg. I did not mind much then, I'd mind it still less now. People talk of a hereafter. Well, whatever it is, it must be a better world than this, so I would, just as soon as not, go and find out for myself. He struggled to his feet, still groping with his hands for support, found the edge of the table, and leaned up against it. Let's go to the hangman, my lord, he said thickly. If I'm to hang, I'd prefer it to be done at once, and if we tarry too long I might get sober ere I embark on the last adventure. But, he added, and once more appeared to search the room with eyes that could not see, there's someone else here besides your lordship. Who is it? My friend and yours, Stoutenburg replied, Mynheer Nicholas Berstein. There was a second or two of silence. Nicholas made as if he would speak, but Stoutenburg quickly put a finger to his lips, enjoining him to remain still. The blind man passed his trembling hand once or twice in front of his eyes, as if to draw aside an unseen veil that hid the outer world from his gaze. Ah, he murmured contentedly, my friend Klaas, he is here too, is he? That is indeed good news, for Nicholas was ever my friend. That time 3 months ago, or was it 3 years, or 3 centuries? I really have lost count. That time the Lord Stoutenburg was on the point of hanging me. Klaus would have interposed on my behalf, only something went wrong with his heart at the moment, or his nerves, I forget which. 'Twere no use to rely on Mynheer's interference this time, Stoutenburg put in dryly. There is but one person in the world now who can save you from the gallows. You mean the Lord Stoutenburg himself? The blind man queried blandly. Nay, he is determined to hang you, but there is another. Then I pray you, lordship, to tell me who that other is, Diogenes replied. You might find one, sirrah, in the young Jungfrau Gilda Berstein, the Lord of Stoutenburg's promised wife. Diogenes made no reply to this. He was facing the table now, still clinging to it with one hand, whilst the other wandered over the objects on the table. Suddenly they encountered a crystal jug which was full of wine. An expression of serene beatitude overspread his face. He raised the goblet to his lips, but ere he drank he said carelessly, Ah, the young Jungfrau Berstein is the promised wife of the Lord of Stoutenburg? My promised wife, Stoutenburg put in roughly. Methought you would ere have recognized the man whom you tried to rob of all that he held most precious. Your lordship must forgive me, the blind man replied dryly, but some unknown miscreant, whom may the gods punish, interfered with me yesterday forenoon when I was trying to render assistance to my friend Klaas. In the scuffle that ensued, I received a cloud of stinking fumes in the face, which has totally robbed me of my sight. As he spoke he raised his eyes, blinking in that pathetic and inconsequent manner peculiar to the blind. Nicholas gave an audible groan. He could not bear to look on those sightless orbs, which in the flickering light of wax candles appeared weird and unearthly. Oh, Stoutenburg put in carelessly, is that how the accident occurred? So please your lordship, yes, Diogenes replied, and I was left stranded on the moors, since those 2 unreclaimed varlets, Pythagoras and Socrates by name, did effectually ride off in the wake of the stadtholder, leaving me in the lurch. A pitiable plight, your lordship will admit. So pitiable, the other retorted with a sneer, that you thought to improve your condition by bearding the Lord of Stoutenburg in his lair. I did not know that your lordship was in Amersfoort, Diogenes replied imperturbably. I thought I hoped—" He paused, and Stoutenburg tried in vain to read what went on behind that seemingly unclouded brow. The blind man appeared serene, detached, perfectly good-humored. His slender hand, which looked hard beneath its coating of grime, was closed lovingly around the crystal jug. Stoutenburg vaguely wondered how far the man was really drunk, or whether his misfortune had slightly addled his brain. So much unconcern in the face of the imminent and shameful death gave an uncanny air to the whole appearance of the man. Even now, with a greatly apologetic smile, he raised the jug once more to his lips. Stoutenburg placed a peremptory hand upon his arm. "Put that down, man," he said harshly. "You are drunk enough as it is, and you'll have need of all your wits tonight." "There you are wrong, my lord," Diogenes retorted, and quietly transferred the jug to his other hand. "A man, meseems, needs no wits to hang gracefully, and I feel that I could do that best if I might quench my thirst ere I met my friend the hangman." "You may not meet him at all." "But just now you said—" "That is my intention to hang you," Stoutenburg asserted. "So it is, but I am in a rare good humor tonight, and—" "So it seems, my lord," the blind man put in carelessly. "So it seems." He appeared to be swaying on his feet and to have some difficulty in retaining his balance. He still clung to the edge of the table with one hand. In the other he had the jug of full wine. "The younger Jungfrau Gilda Berstein," Stoutenburg went on, "will sup with me this night to celebrate our betrothal. The fulfillment of this, my great desire, hath cost me to feel lenient toward mine enemies." "Have I not always asserted," Diogenes broke in with comical solemnity, "always asserted that your lordship was a noble and true gentleman? Women, we know," his lordship continued, ignoring the interruption, "are wont to be tender-hearted where their former swains are concerned, and I feel that if the younger Jungfrau herself did make an appeal to me on your behalf, I would relent towards you." But wouldn't that be a very awkward decision for your lordship?" Diogenes riposted, turning round vacant eyes on Stoutenburg. "Awkward? How so?" "If I do not hang, the younger Jungfrau, instead of being my widow, would still be my wife. And the laws of this country—" "I have no concern with the laws of this country," Stoutenburg rejoined dryly, "in which, anyhow, you are an alien. As soon as the Archduchess, our liege lady, is once more mistress here, we shall be at war with England." "Poor England!" Diogenes sighed and solemnly wiped a tear from his blinking eye. "And every English plepshurk will be kicked out of the country, but that is neither here nor there." "Neither here nor there," the other assented with an owlish gravity. "But before England is swept off the map, my lord, what will happen?" "My marriage to the younger Jungfrau," Stoutenburg replied curtly. "She hath consented to be my wife, and my wife she will be as soon as I have mind to take her. So you may drink to our union, sirrah. I'll even pledge you in a cup." He poured himself out a goblet of wine, laughing to himself at his own ingenuity. That was the way to treat the schmearlap. Make him feel what a pitiable abject knave he was, then show him up before Gilda, just as he was, drunk, ragged, unkempt, an object of derision in his misfortune rather than of pity. "Nay," the rascal objected, his speech waxing thicker and his hand more unsteady. "I cannot pledge you, my lord, in drinking to your union with my own wife, unless my friend Klaus will drink to that union too. Mine own brother-in-law, you see, my lord, and Mynheer Nicholas will indeed drink to his sister's happy union with me," Stoutenburg retorted with a sneer. "His presence here is a witness to my good intentions towards the wench. So you may drink, sirrah. The younger Jungfrau herself is overwilling to submit to my pleasure." But the impious words were smothered in his throat, giving place to a fierce exclamation of choler. The blind man, at his invitation, raised the jug of wine to his lips, but in the act his feet apparently slipped away from under him. The jug flew out of his hand, would have caught the Lord of Stoutenburg on the head had he not ducked just in time. But even so, his magnificence was hit on the shoulder by the heavy crystal vessel, and splashed from head to foot with the wine, whilst Diogenes collapsed on the floor with a shamed and bibulous laugh. A string of savage oaths and tempestuous abuse poured from Stoutenburg's lips, which were in truth livid with rage. Already Jan had rushed to his assistance, snatched up a serviette from the table, and soon contrived to wipe his lordship's doublet clean. The blind man, in the meanwhile, did his best to hoist himself up on his feet once more, clung to the edge of the table, but the sight of him released the last floodgate of Stoutenburg's tempestuous wrath. He turned with a vicious snarl upon the unfortunate man, and it would have indeed fared ill with the defenceless creature, for the Lord of Stoutenburg was not wont to measure his blows by the helplessness of his victims, had not a sudden exclamation from Nicholas stayed the hand that was raised to strike. "Gilda!" the young man cried impulsively. Stoutenburg's arm dropped to his side. He turned toward the door. Gilda had just entered with her father and was coming slowly down the room. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Lelou. The First Sir Percy, by Baroness Emma Orczy. Chapter 12. Tears, Sighs, Hearts. Gilda caught sight of her beloved the moment she entered. To say that their eyes met would indeed be folly. Certain it is, however, that the blind man turned his sightless gaze in her direction. She only gave a gasp, pressed her hands to her heart as if the pain there was unendurable. And at the moment even the beauty of her face was marred by the look of soul-racking misery in her eyes and the quivering lines around her mouth. The next moment, even while Jan and the soldiers retired, closing the doors behind him, she was in her husband's arms. Aye, even though Stoutenburg tried to intercept her. She did not hear his mocking laugh or her brother's vigorous protest, nor yet her father's cry of horror. She just clung to him who, blind, fallen, degraded, and you will, was still the beloved of her heart, the man to whom she had dedicated her soul. She swallowed her tears, too proud to allow those who had wrought his ruin to see how mortally she was hurt. She passed her delicate hands, fragrant as the petals of flowers, over his grimy face, those poor stricken eyes, the noble brow so deeply furrowed with pain. She murmured words of endearment and of tenderness such as a mother might find to soothe the trouble of a suffering child. All in a moment. Stoutenburg had not even the time to interfere, to utter the savage oaths which rose from his vengeful heart at the sight of the loving pity which this beautiful woman lavished on so contemptible an object. Nor had the blind man time to encircle that exquisite form in his trembling arms. He had put them out at first with a pathetic gesture of infinite longing. It was just a flash, a vision of his past self, an oblivion of the hideous, appalling present. Her arms at that moment were around his neck, her head against his breast, her soft, fair hair against his lips. Part 2. Then something happened. A magnetic current seemed to pass through the air. Diogenes freed himself with a sudden jerk from Gilda's clinging arms, staggered back against the table, swaying on his feet and uttering an inane laugh, whilst she, left standing alone, turned wide, bewildered eyes on her brother Nicholas, who happened to be close to her at the moment. I think that she was near to unconsciousness then, and that she would have fallen but that the burgomaster stepped quickly to her side and put his arms around her. "May God punish you," he muttered between his teeth, and turned to Stoutenburg, who had watched the whole scene with a sinister scowl, "for this wanton and unnecessary cruelty." "You wrong me, mein Herr," Stoutenburg retorted with a shrug, "but I tried to make your daughter's decision easier for her." Then, as the burgomaster made no reply, but with grim, set look on his face, drew his daughter gently down to the nearest chair, Stoutenburg went on lightly. speaking directly to Gilda. "In the course of my travels, Mejuffrau, I came across a wise philosopher in Italy. He was a man whom an adverse fate had robbed of most things that he held precious. But he told me that he had quite succeeded in conquering adversity by the following means. He would gaze dispassionately on the objects of his past desires, see their defects, appraise them at their just value, and in every case he found that their loss was not so irreparable as he had originally believed." "A fine moral lesson, my lord," the burgomaster interposed, seeing that Gilda either would not or could not speak as yet, "but I do not see its point." "'Tis a simple one, mein Herr," Stoutenburg retorted coldly. "I pray you, look on the man to whom, had you had your way, you would even now link your daughter." Instinctively Berstein turned, lowering his gaze in the direction to which his lordship now pointed with a persuasive gesture. Diogenes was standing beside the table, his powerful frame drawn up to its full height, his sightless eyes blinking and gleaming with weird inconsequence in the flickering light of the candles. His hands were clasped behind his back, and on his face there was a curious expression which the burgomaster was not shrewd enough to define, one of self-deprecation, yet with all of introspection and of detachment, as if the helpless body alone were present and the mind had gone a-roaming in the land of dreams. The burgomaster tried manfully to conceal the look of half-contemptuous pity which much against his will had crept into his eyes. "The man," he rejoined calmly, "is what fate and a dastard's hand have made him, my lord. Many a fine work of God's hath been marred by an evildoer's action." "That is as may be, mein Herr," Stoutenburg riposted coolly. "But 'tis of the present and of the future you have to think now, not of the past." "Even so, my lord. I would sooner see my daughter in the arms of that stricken lion than in those of a wily jackal." "Am I the wily jackal?" Stoutenburg put in with a sneer. Then, as the burgomaster made no reply, he added tersely, "I see that the younger Jungfrau hath told you." "Everything," Berstein assented calmly, "and that I await your blessing of our union." "My blessing you cannot have, my lord, as you well know," the burgomaster retorted firmly. "'Twas blasphemy to invoke the name of God on such an unholy alliance. My daughter is the lawfully wedded wife of an English gentleman, Sir Percy Blake by name, and until the law of this country doth sever those bonds, she cannot wed another." Stoutenburg gave a strident laugh. "That is indeed unfortunate for the English gentleman with the high-sounding name," he said with a sneer, "whom I gravely suspect of being naught but the common varlet whom we all know so well in Haarlem. But, gentleman or churl," he added with a cynical shrug, "'tis all one to me. He hangs tomorrow unless—" A loud cry of burning indignation escaped the burgomaster's lips. "You would not further provoke the wrath of God," he exclaimed, "by this foul and cowardly crime." "And why not, I pray you?" the other coolly retorted. "Nor do I think that the Almighty would greatly care what happened to this drunken knave. The refuse of humankind, the halt, the lame, and the blind, are best out of the way." "A man, my lord," the burgomaster protested, "who, when he had you in his power, generously spared your life." "The more fool he," Stoutenburg riposted dryly. "'Tis my turn now. He hangs tomorrow, unless indeed—" "Unless what, my lord?" "Unless," Stoutenburg went on with an evil leer, "my future wife will deign to plead with me for him with a kiss." A groan like that of a wounded beast broke from the burgomaster's heavy heart. For a moment a light that was almost murderous gleamed in his eyes. His fists were clenched. He murmured a dark threat against the man who goaded him well nigh to madness. Then, suddenly, he met Stoutenburg's mocking glance fixed upon him, and a huge sob rose in his throat, almost choking him. Gilda, with a pitiful moan, had hidden her face against her father's sleeve. "'Tis but anticipating the happy time by a few hours," Stoutenburg went on with calm cynicism. "But I have a fancy to hold my future wife in my arms now, at this moment, and to grant her in exchange for her first willing kiss the life of a miserable wretch whose life or death are, in truth, of no account to me." He took a step or two forward in the direction where Gilda sat, clinging with desperate misery to her father. Then, as the burgomaster, superb with indignation, grand in his dignity, instinctively interposed his burly figure between his daughter and the man whom she loathed, Stoutenburg added, with well-assumed carelessness, "If the younger Jungfrau prefers to put off her happy moment until we are alone in my camp tomorrow, we'll say no more about it. Let the rogue hang. I care not." "My lord," the burgomaster spoke once more in a vigorous protest, which, alas, he knew to be futile. "What you suggest is monstrous, inhuman. God will never permit—" "I pray you, mein Herr," Stoutenburg broke in fiercely, "let us leave the Almighty out of our affairs. I have read my Bible as assiduously as you when I was younger, and in it I learned that God hath enjoined all wives to submit themselves to their husbands. A kiss from my betrothed, a word of gentle pleading, are little enough to ask in exchange for an act of clemency. And you, Herr Burgomaster, do but stiffen my will by your interference. Will you, at least, let the young Jungfrau decide on the matter for herself, and in her interests and your own, give to all that she does your unqualified consent?" "My consent you'll never wring from me, as you well know, my lord. I and my daughter are powerless to withstand your might, but if we bend to the yoke, it is because it hath pleased God that we should wear it, not because we submit with a free will. By exulting in such a monstrous crime, you do but add to the loathing which we both feel for you." "Silence!" Stoutenburg broke in fiercely. "Silence, you dolt! What good do you think you do yourself or your daughter by provoking me beyond endurance? She knows my decision, and so methinks do you. If the younger Jungfrau feels such unqualified hatred for me, let her return to your protecting arms, and leave Amersfoort to its fate. As for that sightless varlet, let him hang, I say. I am a fool indeed to listen to your gibberish. Jan," he called and strode to the door with a great show of determination, staking his all now on this card which he had decided to play. But the card was a winning one, as he well knew. Already Gilda, as if moved by an unseen voice, had jumped to her feet and intercepted him ere he reached the door. Her whole appearance had changed, the expression of her eyes, her tone, her gestures. "My father is overwrought, my lord," she said firmly. "He hath already promised me that he would offer no opposition to my wishes." She looked him straight in the eyes, and he returned her gaze, his restless eyes seeming to search her very soul. She had, in truth, changed most markedly. She was, of course, afraid for that miserable plepshurk's life. But the change was something more than that. At least, Stoutenburg chose to think so. There was something in her glance at this moment that he did not quite understand, that he did not dare understand. A wavering, almost he would have called it a softness had he dared. He came nearer to her, and though at first she drew back from him, she presently held her ground, still gazing on him like a bird when it is fascinated and cannot move. Now he was quite sure that her blue eyes looked less hard, and certainly her mouth was less tightly set. Her lips were slightly parted, and her breath came quick and panting. Ah, women were queer creatures. Had Nicholas been right when he quoted the English play? Gilda had certainly begun by falling against that contemptible rascal's heart, but since then? Had her wayward fancy been repelled by that whole air of physical degradation, which emanated once from the brilliant cavalier, or had it been merely dazzled by visions of power and wealth, which had their embodiment in him who was her future lord? He himself could not say. All that he knew, all that he felt of a certainty now, was that he held more than one winning card in this gamble for possession of an exquisite and desirable woman. Still holding her gaze, he took her hands. She did not resist, did not attempt to draw away from him, and he murmured softly, "What are your wishes, mine Engel?" "To submit to your will, my lord," she replied firmly. "At last!" he exclaimed on a note of triumph, drew her still closer to him. "A kiss, fair one, to clinch this bargain which hath made me the happiest of men." He had lost his head for the moment. Satisfaction, and an almost feverish sense of exultation, had turned his blood to liquid fire. All that he saw was this lovely woman whom he had nearly conquered. Nearly, but not quite. At his desire for a kiss he felt that she stiffened. She closed her eyes, and even her lips became bloodless. She appeared on the verge of a swoon. Bah! Even this phase would pass away. Nicholas was right. Women reserved their contempt for weaklings. In the end, 'twas the master whom they adored. "A kiss, fair one," he called again, "and the rogue shall live or hang according as your lips are sweet or bitter." He was on the point of snatching that kiss at last, when suddenly there came so violent a crash that the whole room shook with the concussion, and even the windows rattled in their frames. The blind man, more unsteady than ever on his feet, had tried to get hold of a chair, lost his balance in the act, and, in the endeavor to save himself from falling, had lurched so clumsily against the table that it overturned, and all the objects upon it, silver, crystal, china dishes, and candelabra, fell with a deafening clatter on the floor. Stoutenburg, uttering one of his favorite oaths, had instinctively turned to see whence had come this terrific noise. In turning, his hold on Gilda's wrists had slightly relaxed, sufficiently at any rate to enable her to free herself from his grasp and to seek shelter once more beside her father. Diogenes alone had remained unruffled through the commotion. Indeed, he appeared wholly unconscious that he had brought it about. He had collapsed amidst the litter, and now sprawled on the floor, surrounded by a medley of broken glass, guttering candles, hot food and liquor, convulsed with laughter, whilst his huge dark eyes, with the dilated pupils and pale, narrow circles of blue light, looked strangely ghost-like in the gloom. "Who in thunder," he muttered inarticulately, "is making this confounded din?" Part 3. At the noise, too, the men had come running in from the hall. The sound had been akin to the detonation of a dozen pistols, and they had rushed along, prepared for a fight. With the fall of the candelabra, the vast banqueting hall had suddenly been plunged into semi-darkness. Only a couple of wax candles in tall sconces, which had been originally set on the sideboard, vaguely illumined the disorderly scene. Diogenes, with his infectious laugh, did in truth succeed in warding off the punishment which his magnificence already held in preparation for him. As it was, Stoutenburg caught the sight of Gilda's look of anxiety, and this at once put him in a rare good humour. He had had his wish. Gilda had been almost kind, had practically yielded to him in the presence of the man whom he desired to humiliate and to wound, as he himself had been humiliated and wounded in the past. Whether the blind man's keen sense of hearing had taken in every detail of the scene, it was of course impossible to say. But one thing he must have heard, the brief soliloquy at the door, when Gilda, in response to his ardent query, "What are your wishes, mine Engel?" had replied quite firmly, "To submit to your will, my lord." That moment must, in truth, have been more galling and more bitter to the once gallant, laughing cavalier than the rattle of the rope upon the gallows, or the first consciousness that he was irremediably blind. Indeed, Stoutenburg had had something more than his wish. To make a martyr of the rogue, he would have told you, was not part of his desire. All that he wanted was to obliterate the man's former brilliant personality from Gilda's mind, that he should henceforth dwell in her memory as she last saw him, abject in his obvious impotence, owing his life to the woman whom he had wooed and conquered in the past with the high hand of a reckless adventurer. After that, the rogue might hang or perish in a ditch. His lordship did not care. What happened to blind men in these days of fighting, when none but the best men had a chance to live at all? He had never troubled his head to inquire. At any rate, he knew that a sightless lion was less harmful than a keen-eyed mouse. Ah, in truth, he had had more than his wish, and satisfied now as to the present and the future, the thought that the moment had come to let well alone, and to remove from Gilda's sight the spectacle which, by some subtle reaction, might turn her heart back to pity for the knave. He gave Jan a significant nod. But Gilda, whose glowing eyes had watched his every movement, was quick to interpose. "My lord," she cried in protest, "I hold you to your bargain." "Have no fear, mein Schat," he answered suavely. "I will not repudiate it. The fellow's life is safe enough whilst you and the Herr Burgomaster honour me by supping with me. After that, the decision rests with you. As I said just now, he shall live or hang according as your lips are sweet or bitter. For the nonce, I am wearied and hungry. We'll sup first, so please you." And Gilda had to stand by whilst she saw her husband dragged away from her presence. He offered no resistance, indeed accepted the situation with that good-humoured philosophy which was so characteristic of him. But oh, if she could have conveyed to him by a look all the tenderness, the sorrow, the despair that was torturing her heart! If she could have run to him just once more to whisper into his ear those burning words of love which would have eased his pain and hers! If she could have defied that abominable tyrant who gloated over her misery, and, hand in hand with her beloved, have met death by his side, with his arms around her, her spirit wedded to his, ere they appeared together before the judgment seat of God. But, as that arrogant despot had reminded her, she had even lost the freedom to die. The destinies of her native city were in her hands. Unless she bowed her willing neck to his will, Amersfoort and all its citizens would be wiped off the face of the earth. And as she watched the chosen of her heart led like a captive lion to humiliation, if not to death, those monstrous words rang in her ears, that surely must provoke the wrath of God. Therefore she watched his departure dry-eyed and motionless. Ay, envying him in her heart that he, at least, was not called upon to make such an appalling sacrifice as lay now before her. She had indeed come to that sublimity of human suffering that she almost wished to see those dear sightless eyes closed in their last long sleep, rather than that he should be forced to endure what to him would be 10,000 times worse than death, her submission to that miscreant, her willing union, and he, ignorant of how the tyrant had wrung this submission from her. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Emma Orczy. Chapter 13. The Stygian Creek. Part 1. The Lord of Stoutenburg was conscious of a great feeling of relief when the blind man was finally removed from his presence. While the latter stood there, even in the abjectness of his plight, Stoutenburg felt that he was a living menace to the success of all his well-thought-out schemes. He kept his eyes fixed on Gilda with a warning look that should be a reminder to her of the immutability of his resolve. He tried, in a manner, to surround her with a compelling fluid that would engulf her resistance and leave her weak and passive to his will. There was of necessity a vast amount of confusion and din ere order was restored among the debris, and conversation was impossible in the midst of the clatter that was going on, men coming and going, the rattle of silver and glass. Gilda the while sat quite still, her blue eyes fixed with strange intensity on the door through which her beloved had disappeared. Her father stood beside her, holding her hand, and she rested her cheek against his. The burgomaster, throughout the last scene, had not once looked at Diogenes. A dark, puzzled frown lingered between his brows whilst he stared moodily into the fire. He absolutely ignored the presence of his son, putting into practice his stern dictum that henceforth he had no son, whilst Nicholas, who was becoming inured to his shameful position, put on a careless and jaunty air, spoke with easy familiarity to Stoutenburg, and peremptorily to the men. Then at last the table was once more set, the candles relit, and the board again spread for supper. Stoutenburg, with an elegant flourish, invited his guests to sit, offered his arm to Gilda to lead her to the table. She, moved by a pathetic desire to conciliate him, a forlorn hope that a great show of submission on her part would soften his cruel heart and lighten the fate of her beloved, placed her hand upon his sleeve, and when she met his admiring glance, A slight flush drove the pallor from her cheek. "You are adorable, mein Galuf," he murmured. He appeared highly elated, sat at the head of the table with Gilda on his right and the burgomaster on his left, whilst Nicholas sat beside his sister. The two old crones served the supper, coming and going with the noiselessness and precision acquired in long service in the well-conducted house of the burgomaster. They knew the use of the two-pronged silver utensils which Mynheer Beresteyn had acquired of late direct from France, where they were used at the table of gentlemen of quality for conveying food to the mouth. They knew how to remove each service from the centre of the table without unduly disturbing the guests, and how to replace one cloth with another the moment it became soiled with sauce or wine. Jan stood at the Lord of Stoutenburg's elbow and served him personally and with his own hands. Every dish, before it was handed to his lordship, was placed in front of the burgomaster, who was curtly bidden to taste of it. His magnificence, adept in the poisoner's art, was taking no risks himself. The cook had done his best, and the supper was, I believe, excellent. The oil, the most succulent of dishes, made up of quails, capons, and ducks, and other tasty meats, was a marvel of gastronomic art, and so were the tureenes of beef with cucumber and the breast of veal larded and garnished with hard-boiled eggs. In truth, it was all a terrible waste, and sad to see such excellent fare laid before guests who hardly would touch a morsel. Gilda could not eat. Her throat seemed to close up every time she tried to swallow. Indeed, she had to appeal to the very last shred of her pride to keep up a semblance of dignity before her enemy. The burgomaster, too, flushed with shame at the indignity put upon him, did no more than taste of the dishes as they were put before him by the surly Jan. The Lord of Stoutenburg, on the other hand, put up a great show of hilarity, talked much and drank deeply, discussed in a loud, arrogant voice with Nicholas the Archduchess's plans for the subduing of the Netherlands. And Nicholas, after he had imbibed 2 or 3 bumpers of heady Spanish wine, felt more assured, returned Gilda's reproachful glances with indifference, and his father's contempt with defiance. Part 2. What Gilda suffered it were a vain attempt to describe. How she contrived to remain at the table, to appear indifferent, almost gay, to glance up now and again at a persuasive challenge from Stoutenburg, will forever remain her secret. She never spoke of that hour, of that hateful, harrowing supper, like an odious nightmare, which was wont in after years to send a shudder of horror right through her whenever she recalled it. The burgomaster remained at first obstinately silent, whilst the Lord of Stoutenburg talked with studied insolence of the future of the Netherlands. The happy times would now come back, the traitor vowed, when the united provinces, dissolved into feeble and separate entities, without form or governance, would once more return to their allegiance and bow the knee before the might of Spain, when the wholesome rule of another Alva would teach these stiff-necked and presumptuous burghers that comfort and a measure of welfare could only be obtained by unconditional surrender and submission to a high unconquerable power. "Freedom, liberty," he sneered, "ancient charters, bah! Empty swaggering words, I say, which their masters will soon force them to swallow. Then will follow an era more suited to all this beggarly Dutch rabble, one that will teach them a lesson which will at last stick in their memories. The hangman, that's what they want. The stake, the rack, our glorious Inquisition, and the relentlessness which, alas, for the nonce hath lain buried with our immortal Alva." He drank a loyal toast to the coming new era, to the Archduchess, to King Philip IV, who in his glorious reign would see Spain once more unconquered, the Netherlands subdued, England punished at last. Nicholas joined him with many a lustful shout, whilst the burgomaster sat with set lips, his eyes glowing with suppressed indignation. Once or twice it seemed as if his stern self-control would give way, as if his burning wrath would betray him into words and deeds that might cause abysmal misery to hundreds of innocent people, whilst not serving in any way the cause which he would have given his life to uphold. Indeed, in the book of heroic deeds, of which God's angel hath a record, none stand out more brilliantly than the endurance of the burgomaster of Amersfoort and of his daughter on this memorable occasion. Nor is there in the whole valorous history of the Netherlands a more glorious page than that which tells of the sacrifice made by father and daughter in order to save the city which they loved from threatened annihilation. Part 3. But like all things good and evil, the trial came to an end at last. The Lord of Stoutenburg gave the signal, and the burgomaster and Gilda rose from the table both, in truth, with a deep sigh of thankfulness. Stoutenburg remained deferential until the end, deferential, that is, with an undercurrent of mockery, which he took no pains to conceal. His bow, as he finally took leave of his guests, bidding the burgomaster a simple farewell, and Gilda au revoir until the dawn on the morrow, was so obviously ironical that Beresteyn was goaded into an indignant tirade, which he regretted almost as soon as he had uttered it. "Let him who stands," he said firmly, and with all of his wonted dignity, "take heed lest he fall. The Netherlands are not conquered yet, my lord, because your mercenary troops have succeeded, for the time being, in overrunning one of her provinces. Ada may have fallen, Amersfoort may for the moment be under your heel, Arnheim and Nijmegen may have capitulated by now," Stoutenburg broke in derisively. "Sold to de Burg, like Amersfoort and Ada, by the craven Smeerlap to whom you have given your daughter." "Even that may have happened," the burgomaster riposted hotly, "if so be the will of God. But we are a race of fighters. We have beaten and humiliated the Spaniard and driven him from off our land before now. And Maurice of Nassau, the finest captain of the age, is unconquered still." "Mightily sick, so I'm told," the other put in carelessly. "He was over-ready, methinks, to abandon Amersfoort to its fate. Only to punish you more effectually in the end. Take heed, my lord, take heed. The multiplicity of your crimes will find you out soon enough." "Splud," retorted Stoutenburg unperturbed. "But you forget, Mynheer Burgomaster, that, whate'er betide me, your daughter's fate is henceforth linked to mine own." Then it was that Beresteyn repented of his outburst, for indeed he had gained nothing by it, and Stoutenburg had used the one argument which was bound to silence him. What in truth was the use of wrangling? Dignity was sure to suffer, and that mocking recreant would only feel that his triumph was more complete. Even now he only laughed, pointed with an ironical flourish of his arm to the widely open doors, through which, in the dimly lighted hall, a group of men could be perceived, sitting or standing around the centre table, with Diogenes standing in their midst, his fair head crowned by the hideous bandage, and his broad shoulders towering above the puny, swarthy Spanish soldiery. He had a mug of ale in his hand, and holding it aloft he was singing a ribald song, the refrain of which was taken up by the men. In the vague and flickering light of resin torches, his sightless orbs looked spectral, like those of a wraith. "You should be grateful to me, mynheer," Stoutenburg added with a sneer, "for freeing your daughter from such a yoke." He returned to Gilda, took her unresisting hand, and raised it to his lips. Above it he was watching her face. She was looking beyond him, straight at the blind man, and though Stoutenburg at that moment would have bartered much for the knowledge of what was in her thoughts, he could not define the expression of her eyes. At one time he thought that they softened, that the fulfilment of all his hopes was hanging once more in the balance. It seemed for the moment as if she would snatch away her hand and seek shelter, as she had done before, against the heart of her beloved, that right through that outer husk of misery and degradation she saw something that puzzled her rather than repelled. A question seemed to be hovering on her lips, a question of a protest, or was it a mute appeal for forgiveness? Stoutenburg could not tell, but he felt that for a space of a few seconds the whole edifice of his desires was tottering, that fate might after all still be holding a thunderbolt in store for him, which would hurl him down from the pinnacle of this momentary triumph. Gilda, as a woman, was still unconquered. Neither her heart nor her soul would ever be his. Somehow it was the glance wherewith she regarded the blind man that told the Lord of Stoutenburg this one unalterable fact. The sortilege which he had tried to evoke by letting her look on the pitiful wreck who had once been her lover had fallen short in its potent charm. His own brilliant prospects, his masterful personality, aye, his well-assumed indifference, had all failed to cast their spells over her. Unlike the valiant Petruchio of the English play, he had not yet succeeded in taming this beautiful shrew. In the past she had resisted his blandishments. If she succumbed at all, it would be beneath the weight of his tyranny. Well, so be it. Nicholas, no doubt, had been right when he said that women reserve their disdain for weaklings. It was the man of iron who won a woman's love. The thought sent a fierce glow of hatred coursing through his blood. Mythical and fatalistic as he was, he believed that his lucky star would only begin to rise when he had succeeded in winning Gilda for his own. He had deemed women an easy conquest in the past. This one could not resist him for long. Even men were wont to come readily under his sway. Witness Nicholas Berestein, who was as wax in his hands. In the past, he had delighted in wielding a kind of cabalistic power, which he undoubtedly possessed, over many a weak or shifty character. His mother even was wont to call him a magician, and stood not a little in awe of the dark-visaged, headstrong child, and later on of the despotic, lawless youth who had set the crown on her manifold sorrows by his callousness and his crimes. That power had been on the wane of late, but it could not be gone from him forever. Nicholas was still his sycophant. Jan and his kind were still to go to death for him. His own brain had devised a means for bringing that obstinate burgomaster and the beautiful Gilda to their knees. Then, of a surety, in the cornucopia of fate, there was something more comforting, more desirable than a thunderbolt. Was not a man the master of his destiny? Bah! What was a woman's love after all? Why not let her go, be content with worldly triumphs? The sacking of Amersfoort, which would yield him wealth and treasure, the gratitude of the Archduchess, a high, if not the highest, position in the reconquered provinces. Why not be content with those? And Stoutenburg groaned like a baffled tiger, because in his heart of hearts he knew these things would not content him in the end. He wanted Gilda of the blue eyes and the golden hair, the demure glance and fragrant hands. His desire for her was in his bones, and he felt that he would indeed go raving mad if he lost her after this. If that beggarly drunkard, unwashed, dishonoured, and stricken with blindness, triumphed through his very abasement and the magnitude of his misfortune. "This, at any rate, I can avert," he murmured under his breath, and somehow the thought eased the racking jealousy that was torturing him. Jealousy of such an abject thing. He waited until Gilda had passed out of the room, and when she was standing in the hall, so obviously bidding a last farewell in her heart to the man she loved so well, he called peremptorily to Jan. "Take the varlet," he commanded roughly, "and hang him on the cobbleport." At the word, Gilda turned on him like an infuriated tigress. Pushing past her father, past the men, who recoiled from her as if from a madwoman, she was back beside the execrable despot who thus put the crown on his hideous cruelties. "Your bargain, my lord!" she cried hoarsely. "You dare not! You dare not!" "My bargain, fair one?" Stoutenburg retorted coolly. "Nay, you are so averse to fulfilling your share of it that I have repented me of proposing it. The varlet hangs. That is my last word." His last word, and Jan so ready to obey. The men were already closing in around her beloved. Less than a minute later, they had his hands securely pinioned behind his back. Can you wonder that she lost her head? That she fought to free herself from her father's arms, and throwing reserve, dignity to the winds, threw herself at the feet of that inhuman monster, and pleaded with him as no woman on earth had, mayhap, ever pleaded before? We do not like to think of that exquisite, refined woman kneeling before such an abominable dastard. Yet she did it. Words of appeal, of entreaty, poured from her quivering lips. She raised her tear-stained face to his, embraced his knees with her arms. She forgot the men that stood by, puzzled and vaguely awed. Jan resolute, her father torn to the heart. She forgot everything save that there was a chance, a remote chance, of softening a cruel heart, and she could not, no, could not, see the man she loved dragged to shameful death before her eyes. She promised, oh, she promised all that she had to give. "I'll be your willing slave, my lord, in all things," she pleaded, her voice broken and hoarse. "Your loving wife, as you desire. A kiss from me? Take it, and you will. I'll not resist. Nay, I'll return it from my heart in exchange for your clemency." Then it was that the burgomaster succeeded at last in tearing her away from her humiliating position. He dragged her to her feet, drew her to his breast, tried by words and admonition to revive in her her sense of dignity and her self-control. Only with one word did he, in his turn, condescend to plead. "And you have a spark of humanity left in you, my lord," he said loudly. "Order your executioners to be quick about their business." For the Lord of Stoutenburg had, with a refinement of cruelty almost unbelievable were it not a matter of history, stayed Jan from executing his inhuman order. "Wait," his glittering eyes appeared to say to the sycophant henchman who hung upon his looks. "Let me enjoy this feast until I am satiated." Then, when Gilda lay at last, half swooning in the shelter of her father's arms, he said coolly, "Have I not said, fair one, that if you deign to plead the rascal should not hang? See, the potency of your charm upon my sensitive heart. The man who hath always been my most bitter enemy, and whom at last I have within my power, shall live because your fair arms did encircle my knees, and because of your free will you offered me a kiss. Mynheer Burgomaster," he added with easy condescension, "I pray you lead your daughter to her room. She is overwrought and hath need of rest. Go in peace, I pray you. That drunken varlet is safe now in my hands." The burgomaster could not trust himself to reply. Only his loving hands wandered with a gentle, soothing gesture over his beloved daughter's hair, whilst he murmured soft, endearing words in her ear. Gradually she became more calm, was able to gather her wits together, to realize what she had done and all that she had sacrificed, probably in vain. Stoutenburg had spoken soft words, but how could she trust him, who had ever proved himself a liar and a cheat? She was indeed like a miserable captive bird, held, maimed, and bruised, in a cruel trap set by vengeful and cunning hands. It seemed almost incredible why she should be made to suffer so. What had she done? In what horrible way had she sinned before God, that his hand should lie so heavily upon her? Even her sacrifice, sublime and selfless, failed to give her the consolation of duty nobly accomplished. Everything before her was dreary and dark. Life itself was naught but torture. The few days, hours, that must intervene until she knew that Amersfoort was safe confronted her like the dark passage into Gehenna. Beyond them lay death at last, and she, a young girl scarce out of adolescence, hitherto rich, beautiful, adulated, was left to long for that happy release from misery with an intensity of longing akin to the sighing of souls in torment. End of Chapter 13, read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 30th of April, 2024.
Chapter 14.1 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Hom. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Emma Orczy. Chapter 14. Treachery. Part 1. Throughout this harrowing scene the blind man had stood by, pinioned, helpless, almost lifeless in his immobility. The only sign of life in him seemed to be in those weird, sightless orbs in which the flickering light of the resin torches appeared to draw shafts of an unearthly glow. He was pinioned and could not move. 6 soldiers had closed in around him. Whether he heard all that went on, many who were there at the time declared it to be doubtful. But even if he heard, what could he have done? He could not even put his hands up to his ears to shut out that awful sound of his beloved wife's hoarse, spent voice pleading desperately for him. One of the men who was on guard over him told Defoe afterwards that he could hear the tough sinews cracking against the bonds that held the giant captive, and that great drops of sweat appeared upon the fine, wide brow. When Gilda, leaning heavily upon her father's arm, finally mounted the stairs which led up to her room, the blind man turned his head in that direction. But the young Jungfrau went on with head bent, and did not glance down in response. All this we know from Defoe, who speaks of it in his Breven. But he was not himself present on the scene, and hath it only from hearsay. He questioned several of the men subsequently as he came in contact with them, and, of course, the burgomaster's testimony was the most clear and the most detailed. Mynheer Beresteyn admitted that, throughout that awful, never-to-be-forgotten evening, he could not understand the blind man's attitude, was literally tortured with doubts of him. Was he, in truth, the craven wretch which he appeared to be, the miserable traitor who had sold the stadtholder's original plans to de Burgh, betrayed Marquette and de Keyser, and hopelessly jeopardized the whole of Gelderland, if not the entire future of the Netherlands? If so, he was well deserving of the horrible punishment which had already been meted out to him, well deserving of the gallows, which would not fail to be his lot. But was he? Was he? The face, of course, out of which the light of the eyes had vanished, was inscrutable. The mouth, remember, was partially hidden by the 3 days' growth of beard, and grime and fatigue had further obliterated all other marks of expression. Of course, the man must have suffered tortures of humiliation and rage, which would effectually deaden all physical pain. But at the time he seemed not to suffer. Indeed, at one moment it almost seemed as if he were asleep, with sightless eyes wide open and standing on his feet. Part 2. After Gilda and her father had disappeared on the floor above, the Lord of Stoutenburg, like a wild and caged beast awaiting satisfaction, began pacing up and down the long banqueting hall. The doors leading into it from the hall had been left wide open, and the men could see his lordship in his restless wanderings, his heavy boots ringing against the reed-covered floor. He held his arms folded across his chest, and was gnawing, yes, gnawing, his knuckles in the excess of his excitement and his choler. Then he called Jan, and parleyed with him for a while, consulted Mynheer Nicholas, who was more taciturn and gloomy than ever before. The soldiers knew what was coming. They had witnessed the scene between the Jongejuffrouw and his magnificence, and some of them who had wives and sweethearts of their own had felt uncomfortable lumps at the time in their throats. Others who had sons fell to wishing that their offsprings might be as finely built, as powerful as that poor, blind, intoxicated wretch who, in truth, now had no use for his magnificent muscles. But what would you? These were troublous times. Life was cheap, counted for nothing in the sight of such great gentlemen as was the Lord of Stoutenburg. The varlet, it seems, had offended his lordship a while ago. Jan knew the story, and was very bitter about it too. Well, no man could expect to be treated with gentleness by a great lord whom he had been fool enough to offend. The blind rascallion would hang, of that there could be no doubt. The young Jeffrouw had been pacified with soft words and vague promises, but the rascal would hang. Any man there would have bet his shirt on that issue. You had only to look at his lordship. A more determined, more terrifying look it were impossible to meet. Even Jan looked a little scared. When his magnificence looked like that, it boded no good to anyone. All the rancor, the gall, that had accumulated in his heart against everything that pertained to the United Provinces and to their stadtholder, would effectively smother the slightest stirring of conscience or pity. Perhaps, when the young Jeffrouw knelt at his feet, he had thought of his mother, who, equally distraught and equally humiliated, had knelt equally in vain at the stadtholder's feet, pleading for the life of her sons. Oh yes, all that had made the Lord of Stoutenburg terribly hard and callous. But the men were sorry for the blind vagabond for all that. He had had nothing to do with the feuds between the stadtholder and the sons of Olden Barnevelt. He had done nothing, seemingly, save to win the love of the beautiful lady whom his magnificence had marked for his own. He was brave, too. You could not help admiring him as he stood between you and your comrades, his head thrown back, a splendid type of virility and manhood. Half seas over he may have been. His misfortunes were, in truth, enough to make any man take a drink. But you could not help but see that there was an air of spirituality about the forehead and the sensitive nostrils which redeemed the face from any suggestion of sensuality. And now and again a quaint smile would play round the corners of his mouth, and the whole wan face would light up as if with a sudden whimsical thought. Then all at once he threw back his head and yawned. Such a droll fellow, yawning on the brink of eternity. It was, in truth, a pity he should hang. Part 3. Yes, the blind man yawned, loudly and long, like one who is ready for bed. And the harmless sound completed Stoutenburg's exasperation. He once more gave the harsh word of command. Take the varlet out and hang him. Obviously this time it would be irrevocable. There was no one here to plead, and there was Jan, stolid and grim, as was his wont, already at attention under the lintel, a veritable tower of strength in support of his chief's decisions. Jan was not in the habit of arguing with his lordship. This, or any other order, was as one to him. As for the blind vagabond, well, Jan was as eager as his magnificence to get the noose around the rascal's throat. There were plenty of old scores to settle between them. The humiliation of 3 months ago, which had sent Stoutenburg, disgraced and a fugitive, out of the land, had hit Jan severely, too. And that never-to-be-forgotten discomfiture was entirely due to this miserable caitiff, who, indeed, would get naught but his deserts. The task, in truth, was a congenial one to Jan. A blind man was easy enough to deal with, and this one offered but little resistance. He had been half asleep, it seems, and only woke to find himself on the brink of eternity. Even so, his good humor did not forsake him. "Odds fish!" he exclaimed, when, roughly shaken from his somnolence, he found himself in the hands of the soldiery. "I had forgotten this hanging business. You might have left a man to finish his dreams in peace." He appeared dazed, and his speech was thick. He had been drinking heavily all the evening, and, save for an odd moment or so of lucid interval, he had been hopelessly fuddled all along. And he was merry in his cups. Laughter came readily to his lips. He was full of quips and sallies, too, which kept the men in rare good humor. In truth, the fellow would joke and sing apparently until the hangman's rope smothered all laughter in his throat. But he had an unquenchable thirst, entreated the men to bring him a jug of wine. "Spanish wine," he pleaded. "I dote on Spanish wine, but had so little of it to drink in my day. That villainous rascal Pythagoras, some of you must have known the pot-bellied loon, would always seize all there was to get. He and Socrates, two scurvy renegades who should hang 'stead o' me. Give me a mug of wine for mercy's sake." The men had none to give, and the matter was referred to Jan. "Not another drop," Jan declared, with unanswerable finality. "The knave is quite drunk enough as it is." "Ah!" the blind man protested with ludicrous vehemence. "But there thou art wrong, worthy Jan. No man is ever drunk enough. He may be top-heavy, he may be as drunk as a lord, or as fuddled as David's sow. He may be fuzzy, foul, or merely sottish, but sufficiently drunk? No." A shout of laughter from the men greeted this solemn pronouncement. Jan shrugged his shoulders impatiently. "Well, that is as may be," he rejoined gruffly, "but not another drop to drink wilt thou get from me." "Oh, Jan," the poor man protested, with a pitiable note of appeal, "my good Jan, think on it. I am about to hang. Wouldst refuse the last request of a dying man?" "Thou art about to hang," Jan assented, unmoved. "Therefore, 'twere a pity to waste good liquor on thee." "I'll pay thee well, my good Jan," Diogenes put in, with a knowing wink of his sightless eyes. "Pay me?" Jan retorted, with a grim laugh. "'Tis not much there's left in thy pockets, I'm thinking." "No," the blind man agreed, nodding gravely. "These good men here did, in truth, empty my pockets effectually a while ago. 'Twas not the coin I meant to repay thee, good Jan." "With what, then?" "Information, Jan," the blind man replied, sinking his voice to a hoarse whisper. "Information for the like of which his lordship of Stoutenburg would give his ears." Jan laughed derisively. The men laughed openly. They thought this but another excellent joke on the part of the droll fellow. "Bah!" Jan said, with a shrug of the shoulder. "How should a varlet like thee know aught of which his lordship hath not full cognizance already?" "His lordship," the other riposted quickly, even whilst a look of impish cunning overspread his face, "his lordship never was in the confidence of the stadtholder. I was. What hath the stadtholder to do with the matter? "Oh, nothing, nothing," the blind man replied airily. "Thou art obstinate, my good Jan, and 'tis not I who would force thee to share a secret for the possession of which, let me assure thee, his lordship would repay me not only with a tankard of his best wine, but with my life. Aye, and with a yearly pension of 1,000 guilders to boot." These last few words he had spoken quite slowly and with grave deliberation, his head nodding sagely while he spoke. The look of cunning in those spectral orbs had lent to his pale, wan face an air of elfin ghoulishness. He was swaying on his feet, and now and again the men had to hold him up, for he was on the very point of measuring his length on the hall floor. Jan did not know what to make of it all. Obviously the man was drunk, but not so drunk that he did not know what he was talking about, and the air of cunning suggested that there was something alive in the fuddled brain. Jan looked across the hall in the direction of the banqueting room. The doors were wide open, and he could see that his lordship, who at first had paced up and down the long room like a caged beast, had paused quite close to the door, then advanced on tiptoe out into the hall, where he had remained for the last minute or two, intent and still, with eager, probing glance fixed upon the blind man. Now, when Jan questioned him with a look, he gave his faithful henchman a scarce perceptible sign, which the latter was quick enough to interpret correctly. "Thou dost set my mouth to water," he said to the blind man, with well-assumed carelessness. "By all this talk of yearly pensions and of guilders, I am a poor man, and not so young as I was. 1,000 guilders a year would keep me in comfort for the rest of my life." "Yet art so obstinate," Diogenes riposted with a quaint, inane laugh, "as to deny me a tankard of Spanish wine, which might put thee in possession of my secret, a secret, good Jan, worth yearly pensions and more to his lordship." "How do I know thou art not a consummate liar?" Jan protested gruffly. "I am," the other riposted, wholly unruffled. "I am. Lying hath been my chief trade ever since I was breeched. Had I not lied to the stadtholder, he would not have entrusted his secrets to me, and I could not have bartered these secrets for a tankard of good Spanish wine. Thy vaunted secrets may not be worth a tankard of wine." "They are, friend Jan, they are. Try them and see." "Well, let's hear them, and, if they are worth it, I'll pay thee with a tankard of his lordship's best Oporto." But the blind man shook his head with owlish solemnity. "And then sell them to his lordship," he retorted, "for pensions and what not, whilst thine own hand, mayhap, puts the rope around my neck. No, no, my good Jan, say no more about it. I'd as lief see his lordship and thee falling into the stadtholder's carefully laid trap and getting murdered in your beds, even while I am on my journey to kingdom come." "Who is going to murder us?" Jan queried, frowning and puzzled, trying to get his cue once more from his master. "And how?" "I'll not tell thee," the blind man replied, with a quick turn to that obstinacy which so oft pertains to the drunkard. "Not if thou wert to plunge me in a bath of best Oporto." Some of the men began to murmur. "We all might share?" one or two of them suggested. "Let's hear what it is," others declared. "I'll tell thee, knave, what I'll do," Jan rejoined decisively. "I'll bring thee a tankard of Oporto to loosen thy tongue. Then, if thy secret is indeed as important as thou dost pretend, I'll see that the hangman is cheated of thy carcass." For a while the blind man pondered. "Loosen my hands then, friend Jan," he said, "for, in truth, I am trussed like a fowl. Then let's feel the handle of that tankard. After that we'll talk." Part 4. The soldiers sat around the table, watching the blind man with grave attention. At a sign from Jan, they soon loosened his bonds. There was something magnetic in the air just then, something that sent sensitive nerves a-quiver, and of which these rough fellows were only vaguely conscious. They could not look on that drunken loon without laughing. He was more comical than ever now, with that air of bland beatitude upon his face as his slender fingers closed around the handle of the tankard which Jan had just placed in his hand. "I would sell my soul for a butt of this nectar," he said, and drank in the odor of the wine with every sign of delight, even before he raised the tankard to his lips. The Lord of Stoutenburg watched the blind man too. A deep furrow between his brows testified to the earnest concentration of his thoughts. The man knew something, or thought he knew, of that his lordship could not be in doubt. The question was that knowledge of such importance as the miserable wretch averred, or was he merely, like any rogue who sees the rope dangling before his eyes, trying to gain a respite by proposing vain bargains or selling secrets that had only found birth in his own fuddled brain? Stoutenburg, remember, was no psychologist. Indeed, psychology did not exist as a science in these days when men were overbusy with fighting and had no time or desire to probe into the inner workings of one another's soul. On the other hand, he was a man, thus his lordship argued to himself, who might know something of the stadtholder's plans. He was wont, before he rolled so rapidly down the hill of manhood and repute, to be an intimate of Maurice of Nassau. He might, as lately as yesterday, have been initiated into the great soldier's plans for repelling this sudden invasion of the land which he had thought secure. The stadtholder, in truth, was not the man to abandon all efforts at resistance just because his original plans had failed. True, the attempt to rescue Arnheim and Nijmegen had ended in smoke. Marquette and de Cassier were, thanks to timely warning, being held up somewhere by the armies of Isenborg and de Burgh. But Maurice of Nassau would not, of a certainty, thus lightly abandon all hopes of saving Gelderland. He must have formulated a project, and Stoutenburg, who was no fool, was far from underestimating the infinite brain power and resourcefulness of that peerless commander. Whether he had communicated that project to this besotted oaf was another matter. Stoutenburg searched the blind man's face with an intent glance that seemed to probe the innermost thoughts behind the fine, wide brow. For the moment, the face told him nothing. It was just vacant. The sightless eyes shone with delight, and the tankard raised to the lips effectually hid all expression around the mouth. Well, there was not much harm done, the waste of a few moments, if the information proved futile. Jan was ready with the rope, if the whole thing proved to be a mere trick for putting off the fateful hour. As the Lord of Stoutenburg gazed on the blind man, trying vainly to curb his burning impatience, he instinctively thought of Gilda. Gilda, and his hopeless wooing of her coldness toward him, and her passionate adherence to this miserable caitiff, who, in truth, had thrown dust in her eyes by an outward show of physical courage and a mock display of spurious chivalry. What if the varlet had been initiated in the stadtholder's projects? What if he betrayed them now, sold him in exchange for his own worthless life, and stood revealed before all the world as an abject coward, as base as any Judas who would sell his master for 30 pieces of silver? The thought turned the miscreant giddy, so dazzling did this issue appear before his mental vision. What a revelation for a fond and loyal woman, who had placed so worthless an object on a pinnacle of valor. What a disillusionment! She had staunchly believed in his integrity up to now, but after this? In truth, what more can a man desire than to see the honor of a rival smirched in the eyes of the woman who spurns him? That was the main thought that coursed through Stoutenburg's brain, driving before it all obstinacy and choler, aye, even soothing his exacerbated nerves. He gave a sign to Jan. "Bring that varlet here to me," he commanded. "I'll speak to him myself." The sound of his voice chased the look of beatitude from the blind man's face, which took on an expression of bewildered surprise. "I had no thought his lordship was here," he said, with a self-conscious, inane laugh. The men were murmuring more audibly. Some of them had seen visions of good reward, shared amongst them all, after the blind man had been made to speak. But Jan paid no heed to their discontent. In a trice he had the blind man secure once more, with arms tied as before behind his back. Diogenes had uttered a loud cry of protest when the empty tankard was torn out of his hand. "Jan," he shouted in a thick, hoarse voice, "if thou art a knave and dost not keep faith with me, the devil himself will run away with thee." "His magnificence will hear what thou hast to say," Jan retorted gruffly. "After that, we'll see." He led the prisoner through into the banqueting hall, and despite the men's murmurings, he closed the door upon them. He sat the blind man down in a chair opposite his lordship. The poor loon had begun to whimper softly, just like a child, and continued to appeal pitiably to Jan. "If his lordship is satisfied," he murmured confidingly, "you'll see to it, Jan, that I do not hang." "Jan has his orders," his lordship put in roughly. "But take heed, sirrah. If your information is worth having, you may go to hell your own way. I care not. But remember," he added, with slow and stern emphasis, "if you trick me in this, 'twill not be the rope for you at dawn, but the stake." Diogenes gave a quick shudder. "By the Lord," he said blandly, "how very unpleasant. But I am a man of my word. Jan put good wine into me. He shall be paid for it. And I'll tell you what the stadtholder hath planned for the defeat of the Lord of Stoutenburg." "Well," his lordship retorted curtly, "I wait." There was silence for a moment whilst the blind man apparently collected his thoughts. He sat, trussed and helpless, in the chair, with his head thrown back, and the full light of the candles playing upon his pale face, the latter still vacant, and with a childish expression of excitement about those weird dark orbs. The Lord of Stoutenburg, master of the situation, sat in a high-backed chair opposite him, his chin resting in his hand, his eyes glowering and fierce, searching that strange, mysterious face before him. Strange and mysterious, in truth, with those sightless eyes that glittered uncannily whenever the flickering candlelight caught the abnormally dilated pupils, and those quavering lips which every moment broke into a whimsical and inane smile. "Jan, my friend," the blind man asked after a while, "art here?" "Aye, Jan," replied gruffly. "I'm here right enough to see that thou art not up to mischief." "How can I be that, worthy Jan?" the other retorted blandly, "since thou hast again trussed me like a capon?" "Well, the sooner thou hast satisfied his lordship," Jan rejoined with stolid indifference, the sooner thou wilt be free. To go to hell mine own way, Diogenes put in with a hiccough. So his lordship hath pledged his word. Let all those who are my friends bear witness that his lordship did pledge his word. He paused, and once again a look of impish cunning overspread his face. He seemed to be preparing for a fateful moment which literally would mean life or death for him. An exclamation of angry impatience from Stoutenburg recalled him to himself. "I am ready," he protested with eager civility, "to do his lordship's pleasure." "Then speak, man," Stoutenburg retorted savagely, "ere I wring the words from thee with torture." "I was only thinking how to put the matter clearly," Diogenes protested blandly. "The stadtholder only outlined his plan to me. There was so little time. My friend Klaas will remember that after His Highness's horse bolted across the moor, I was able to stop it." "Yes, curse your interference," Stoutenburg muttered between his teeth. "Amen to that," the blind man assented. "But for it, I should still have the privilege of beholding your lordship's pleasing countenance. But at the moment I had no thought save to stop a runaway horse." The stadtholder was mightily excited, scented that a trap had been laid for him. My friend Klaas again will remember that, after His Highness dismounted, he stopped to parley with me upon the moor. Nicholas nodded. "Then it was," Diogenes went on, "that he told me what he meant to do. I was, of course, to bear my part in the new project, which was to make a feint upon Ada." "A feint upon Ada?" "Aye, a surprise attack, which would keep de Burgh, who is in Ada, busy whilst the stadtholder—" "Bah!" Stoutenburg broke in contemptuously. "The Burgh is too wary to be caught by a feint." "So he is, my lord, so he is," Diogenes rejoined with solemn gravity. "But if I were to tell you that the surprise attack is to be made in full force, and that the weight will fall on the south side of the town, what then?" "I do not see with what object." "Yet you, my lord, would know the stadtholder's tactics of old. You fought under his banner once." "Before he murdered my father, yes," Stoutenburg broke in impatiently. He did not relish this allusion to his former fighting days, before black treachery had made him betray the ruler he once served. "But what of that?" "For then your lordship would remember," the blind man went on placidly, "that the stadtholder's favourite plan was always to draw the enemy away by a ruse from his own chief point of attack." "But where would the chief point of attack be in this case?" Stoutenburg queried, with a frown. "At a certain Molen your lordship wot of on the Veluwe." "Impossible." "Oh, impossible? Your lordship is pleased to jest. Some days ago, spies came into Utrecht with the information that the Lord of Stoutenburg had his camp at an old Molen, which stands disused and isolated on the highest point of the Veluwe, somewhere between Apeldoorn and Barneveld." "My camp? Bah! The mill was only a halting place." "The spies averred, my lord," the blind man broke in blandly, "that vast stores of arms and ammunition are accumulated in that halting place, and that the attack on Amersfoort was planned within its rickety walls." Then, as the Lord of Stoutenburg made no comment on this, indeed, he had cast a rapid, significant glance on Nicholas, who throughout this colloquy had appeared as keen, as interested as his friend, the blind man went on slowly. "The stadtholder's objective is the Molen on the Veluwe." "What, from Ada?" Nicholas exclaimed. "No, no. Have I not said that the attack on Ada would be a feint? It will be the stadtholder himself who, with a comparatively small force, will push on toward Barneveld and the Molen, and at once cut off all communication between Ada and Amersfoort." "I understand," Stoutenburg rejoined, with a grave nod. "But If it is a small force, we can easily— You can now, Diogenes assented coolly, since you are warned. Quite right, friend Nicholas, his lordship retorted, and strove to let his harsh voice express a world of withering contempt. If all this is not a trick, yon varlet hath served us well. What say you? Shall we let him go to hell his own way, and save the hangman a deal of pother? If it all prove true, Nicholas put in cautiously. But what proof have we? None, in truth, nor would I let this craven vagabond out of yon sight until we do make sure that he hath not lied. But there'll be no harm in being prepared. Here, sirrah, his lordship continued, once more addressing the blind man. With how strong a force doth the stadtholder propose to cut us off from Ada? But during this brief colloquy between the two friends, the blind man had begun to nod. His head fell forward on his chest, the heavy lids veiled the stricken eyes, and anon a peaceable snore came through the partially open mouth. Stoutenburg swore, as was his wont, the moment his choler was roused, and Jan shook the prisoner roughly by the shoulder. What?" the latter queried, blinked his sightless eyes, and turned a pale and startled face vaguely from side to side. "What is it? Where's that confounded—" "Answer his lordship's question," Jan commanded briefly. "Question? What question? Your lordship must forgive me. I am so fatigued, and that tankard of—" "I asked thee, knave," Stoutenburg broke in impatiently, "with how strong a force the stadtholder proposed to cut us off from Ada." "Call it 4,000, my lord," the blind man babbled, "and let me go to sleep." "You shall sleep till Judgment Day when I've done with you, sirrah. Will the stadtholder lead that force in person?" The blind man winked and blinked, tried to collect his thoughts, which apparently had all wandered off toward the land of Nod. Then he said, "The plan was to leave the bulk of that force to menace Amersfoort, but the stadtholder himself meant to push on as far as the Molen, with but a few hundred of his picked men. He thought to seize the stores of arms and ammunition there, and then to await the coming of the Lord of Stoutenburg, who, driven out of Amersfoort and cut off from Ada, would make of necessity for his headquarters." "Ah!" The exclamation, deep and prolonged, came from 3 pairs of lips. Stoutenburg, Nicholas, and Jan looked at one another, and there was triumph and satisfaction depicted in their glance. The same thought had occurred simultaneously to these 3 traitors, the stadtholder, with a comparatively small force, pushing on to the lonely Molen on the Veluwe, not knowing that some of de Burgh's troops were holding the Eisel beyond. He would be caught like a rat in a trap, and the question was whether it would not be better to allow him to carry out his plan, not to oppose him on his way, to let him reach the Molen and then close in behind him, so that he would have but 2 alternatives before him, to surrender in the Molen or to turn his small force in the direction of the Zuyder Zee, and therein seek a watery grave. Chapter 14.2 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Hom. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Emma Orczy. Chapter 14. Treachery. Part 5. "I must have a little time to think," Stoutenburg muttered to himself after a while. The blind man had apparently dropped off to sleep again. His head had once more fallen forward on his chest. Jan was prepared to give him another rude awakening, but his lordship stopped him with a sign. "Let the muckworm sleep," he said. "I must think out the whole position." if what the knave says is true—" "I am inclined to believe it true," Nicholas interposed. "The man is too fuddled to have invented so circumstantial a story, and I have it in my mind," he added reflectively, "that when the stadtholder visited Amersfoort yesterday, he said something to my father about devising a plan later on if the city were seriously threatened." "Then by Satan, all would be well indeed," and Stoutenburg drew up his gaunt figure to its full height, looked already every inch a conqueror, with heel set upon the neck of his foes. Jan alone looked dubious. "I wouldn't trust the rogue," he said grimly. "Would you hang him now?" Stoutenburg retorted. "No, I would wait to make sure. Let him sleep a while now. When he wakes out of his booze, he might be able to give us further details." "In the meanwhile," his lordship rejoined, "keep the men under arms, Jan. I have not yet thought the matter over, but this I know, that I'll start for the Molen with a few hundred musketeers and pikemen as soon as I am sure that this rascallion hath not spun a tissue of lies. Do you send out spies at once in every direction, with orders to bring back information immediately. We must hear if an attack hath indeed been made on Ada, and if the stadtholder is moving out of Utrecht. Have you some men you can trust?" "Oh, yes, so please your lordship," Jan replied. "I can send Piet Wallerin in the direction of Ada, and I myself will push on toward Utrecht. We'd both be back long before dawn. And 'tis not you who could be nozzled, good Jan?" his lordship was pleased to say. "If we have been tricked by this tosspot," Jan riposted gruffly, "I'll see him burnt alive, and 'tis mine own hand will set the brand to the stake." He paused, and drew in his breath with a shudder, for he had turned to look on the blind man, whom he was threatening with so dire a fate, and whom he had thought asleep, and encountered those sightless orbs fixed upon him as if they could see something through and beyond him, some ghoul or spectre lurking in a distant corner of the room. So uncanny and terrifying did the rascal look, indeed, that instinctively Jan, who believed neither in God nor the devil, remembered his mother's early teachings, and made sundry and vague signs of the cross upon his breast, with a view to exorcising those evil spirits which must be somewhere lurking about, unseen by all save the man who had lost his sight. "What is it now?" Stoutenburg queried with a scowl. The blind man indeed appeared to be listening so intently, with head now craned forward and eyes fixed into vacancy, that instinctively the three recreants listened too. To what, they could not have told. Through the open casement the sound of life, camp life, of the sentry's challenging call, of bivouac fires and rowdy soldiery, came in as before. A little less roisterous, perhaps, seeing that most of the men, tired after long days of marching and hours of carousing, had settled themselves down to sleep. Inside the room, the monumental clock up against the wall ticked off each succeeding second with tranquil monotony. It was now close upon midnight. Nothing had happened, nothing could have happened, to disturb the wonted tenor of the life of an army in temporary occupation of an unresisting city. Nothing, in fact, unless that blind tatterdemalion over there had indeed spoken the truth. And still he listened. A vague anxiety seemed to have completely banished sleep, even momentarily to have dissipated the potent effect of that excellent Oporto, and on his face there was that strained look peculiar to those who had been robbed of one sense and are at pains to exert the others to their utmost power. It seemed as if his sightless orbs must pierce some hidden veil which kept vital secrets hidden from ordinary human gaze. And these three men, traitors all, whose craven hearts, weighted with crime, were sensitive to every uncanny spell, felt their own senses unaccountably thrilled by that motionless, stony image of a man whose very soul appeared on the alert, and in whom life itself was, as it were, momentarily arrested. The spell continued for a moment or two. A minute, perhaps, went by. Then, with an impatient curse, Stoutenburg jumped to his feet, strode rapidly to the window, and, leaning out far over the sill, he listened. Indeed, at first it was naught but the habitual confused sounds that reached his ear, but as he, in his turn, strained every sense to hear, something unusual seemed to mingle with the other sounds. A murmuring, strange voices, a few isolated words that rose above the others, louder than the sentry's call, also a patter of feet, like men running, and a clang of arms that at this hour should have been stilled. The Lord of Stoutenburg could not have told you then why those sounds should have suddenly filled his mind with foreboding, why, indeed, he heard them at all. Beneath the window, ranged against a wall, the men of his picked company were sleeping peacefully. Their bivouac fire, fed by those on guard, shed a pleasant glow over the familiar scene. Beyond its ruddy gleam, everything looked by contrast impenetrably dark. The river beyond the quay appeared like a yawning abyss of tenebration, and beyond it nothing, only blackness, a blackness that could be felt. The lights of the city had long since been extinguished. Only one tiny glimmer, which came from a small oil lamp, showed above the copple port. But that confused sound, that murmuring, came from the rear of the burgomaster's house, from the direction of the market-place, where the bulk of his lordship's army was encamped. "What in thunder does it mean?" Stoutenburg muttered. Nicholas came and joined him by the window. He too strained his ears to hear, feeling his nerves vaguely stirred by a kind of superstitious dread. But Stoutenburg turned to the blind man and tried to read an answer in the latter's white, set face. Jan shook Diogenes fiercely by the shoulder. "Dost hear, knave?" he said harshly. "What does it all mean?" "What does what mean, worthy Jan?" the blind man queried blandly. "Thou art listening for something. What is it? His lordship desires to know." "Canst thou hear anything, friend Jan?" the other riposted serenely. "Only the usual sounds. What should I hear?" The armies of the stadtholder on the move. An exclamation of incredulity broke from Stoutenburg's lips. Nevertheless, he turned imperatively to Jan. "Go, or send at once into the town," he commanded. "Let us hear if anything has happened." In a moment Jan was out of the room, and soon his gruff voice could be heard from outside, questioning and giving orders. He had gone himself to see what was amiss. And Stoutenburg, half incredulous, yet laboring under strong excitement, once more approached the window and, leaning far out into the night, set his ears to listen. His senses, too, were keyed up now, detached as they were from everything else except just what went on outside. The subdued murmurings reached his perceptions independently of every other sound. A hum of voices, and through it that of Jan, questioning and commanding, and others that talked agitatedly, with many interruptions. After a while he felt that he could stand the strain no longer. Very obviously something had happened. Something was being discussed out on the marketplace, and there was a kind of buzzing in the air, as if around the hive of bees that had been disturbed by a company of robber wasps. And to him, Stoutenburg, for whom that buzzing might mean the first step up toward the pinnacle of his desires, the turning point of his destiny, beyond which lay power, dominion, ambition satisfied, and passion satiated, every moment of suspense and silence became positive torture. A primeval, savage instinct would, but for the presence of Nicholas, have driven him to seizing the helpless prisoner by the throat, and thus to ease the tension on his nerves and still the wild hammering of blood on his temples. But Nicholas did, as it happened, exercise in this instance a restraining influence on his friend, quite unknowingly, of course, as his was the weaker nature. But the last half-hour had wrought a marked change in Stoutenburg, a subtle one which he himself could not have defined. Before then he had been striving for great things, for revenge, for power, for the satisfaction of his passions. But now he felt that he had attained all that and more. Obviously his stricken enemy had not lied. The stadtholder was about to fall into a trap which was easy enough to set. The once brilliant, laughing cavalier had sunk to a state of moral and physical degradation from which he could never now recover. And Gilda had but to realize the slough of turpitude into which her former lover had sunk, to turn gratefully and with a sigh of infinite relief to the man who had freed her from such a yoke. In truth, Stoutenburg felt that he no longer needed to climb. He had reached the summit of ambition, of power, of sentimental satisfaction. He was a conqueror now, master in the land of his birth, the future stadtholder of the United Province, wedded to the richest heiress in the Netherlands, happy, feared, and obeyed. That was his position now, and that was the cause of the subtle change in him, a change which forced him to keep his savage instincts in check before his servile friend, forced him to try and appear before others as above petty passions, a justiciary and not a terrorist. Part 6. The minutes sped by, leaden-footed for the impatience of these two men. Nicholas and Stoutenburg, each trying to appear calm, hardly dared to speak with one another lest their speech betrayed the exacerbation of their nerves. It was Nicholas's turn now to pace up and down the room, to halt beside the window and peer out into the darkness in search of Jan's familiar figure. Stoutenburg had once more taken a seat on the high-backed chair, striving to look dignified and detached. His arm was thrown over the table, and with his sharply pointed nails he was drumming a devil's tattoo on the board. Alone, the blind man appeared perfectly serene. After that brief moment of comparative lucidity, he had relapsed into somnolence. Occasional loud snores testified that he was once more wandering in the Elysian fields of unconsciousness. Half an hour after midnight, Jan returned. "There is no doubt about it," were the first words he spoke. "An attack on Ada appears to be in progress, and the stadtholder left his camp at Utrecht a couple of hours ago with a force of 4,000 men. He was out of breath, having run, he said, all the way from the Port, where he had gleaned the latest information." "Who brought the news?" his lordship asked. "No one seems to know, my lord," Jan replied, "but every one in the town has it. The rumour hath spread like wildfire. It started at opposite quarters of the city. The new port had it that a surprise attack had been delivered on Ada earlier in the evening, and the Port that the stadtholder and his force are on the move. The captains at the gates had heard the news from runners who had come direct from Utrecht and from Ada. Where are those runners now? In both cases, the captain sent them back for further information. The fellows were willing enough to go for a consideration, but the business has become a dangerous one, for the roads to Utrecht and Ada, they averred, are already full of the stadtholder's vedettes. Bah, Stoutenburg ejaculated contemptuously, a device for extorting money. Probably, Jan riposted dryly, but the money will be well spent if we get the information. The men are not to be paid until they return. And if they do not return? Jan shrugged his shoulders. If the spies did not return, it would go to prove that the stadtholder's vedettes were not asleep. I sent Piet Walerin and 1 or 2 others out too, he added, with orders to push on both roads as far as possible, and bring back any information they can obtain, the sooner the better. They have not yet returned? Stoutenburg asked. Oh no, they only have been gone half an hour. Is the night very dark? Very dark, my lord. Piet may never get back. In that case we shall know that the stadtholder's vanguard has sighted him, Jan rejoined coolly. Nothing else would keep Piet from getting back. Stoutenburg nodded approval. You think, then, that this varlet here spoke the truth? He asked again. I have no longer any doubt of it, my lord, Jan gave reply. Though I did not actually speak with the men who seem originally to have brought the news, the captains at the ports had no doubt whatever as to its authenticity. But we shall know for certain before dawn. Piet and the others will have returned by then, or not, as the case may be, but we shall know. And, of course, we are prepared to do just what your lordship commands. The men will be under arms within the next 2 hours, and I can seek the master of the camp, and send him at once to your lordship for instructions. Mine instructions are simple enough, good Jan, and thou canst convey them to the master of the camp thyself. They are to remain quiescent, under arms but asleep, to surrender the town if it be attacked. To surrender? Jan protested with a frown. We must throw dust in the stadtholder's eyes, Stoutenburg riposted. Give the idea that we are feeble and unprepared, and that I have fled out of Amersfoort. The surrender of the city and its occupation will keep the main force busy, whilst Maurice of Nassau, anxious to possess himself of our person, will push on as far as the Molen, where I, in the meanwhile, will be waiting for him. His voice rang with a note of excitement and of triumph. With the stadtholder a prisoner in my hands, he exclaimed, I can command the surrender of all his forces, and then the whole of the Netherlands will be at my feet. Never in his wildest dreams had he hoped for this. Fate, in very truth, had tired of smiting him, had an over-full cornucopia for him now, and was showering down treasures upon him one by one. Part 7. It was Nicholas who first remembered the blind man. During the last momentous half-hour he had been totally forgotten. Stoutenburg during that time had been in close confabulation with Jan, discussing plans, making arrangements for the morrow's momentous expedition. Neither of them seemed to feel the slightest fatigue. They were men of iron, whom their passions kept alive. But Nicholas was a man of straw. He had been racked by one emotion after the other all day, and now he was so tired that he could hardly stand. He envied the blind man every time that a lusty snore escaped the latter's lips, and tried to keep himself awake by going to the fire from time to time and throwing a log or two upon it. But he stood in too great an awe of his friend to dare own to fatigue when the future of his native land was under discussion. It was really in order to divert Stoutenburg's attention from these interminable discussions on what to do and what not to do on the morrow that presently, during a pause, he pointed to Diogenes. "What is to happen to this drunken loon?" he asked abruptly. Stoutenburg grinned maliciously. "Have no fear, friend Nicholas," he said. The fate of our valued informer will be my special care. I have not forgotten him, Jan knows. While you were nodding, he and I arranged it all. You did not hear?" Nicholas shook his head. "No," he said. "What did you decide?" "You shall see, my good Klaus," Stoutenburg replied with grim satisfaction. "I doubt not but what you'll be pleased. And, since we have now finished the discussion of our plans, Jan will at once go and bid the Herr Burgomaster rise from his bed and attend upon our pleasure." "My father?" Nicholas exclaimed in surprise. "Why, what hath he—" "You will see, my good Klaus," the other broke in quietly. "You will see. I think that you will be satisfied." Jan, at his word, had already gone. Nicholas, really puzzled, tried to ask questions, but Stoutenburg was obviously determined to keep the secret of his intentions a while longer to himself. It was long past 1 o'clock now, and bitterly cold. Even the huge blazing logs in the monumental hearth failed to keep the large room at a pleasing temperature. Nicholas, shivering and yawning, crouched beside the blaze, knocked his half-frozen hands one against the other. He would at this moment have bartered most of his ambitions for the immediate prospect of a good bed, but Stoutenburg was as wide awake as ever, and evidently some kind of inward fever kept the cold out of his bones. After Jan's departure he resumed that restless pacing of his up and down the long room, up and down, until Nicholas, exasperated beyond endurance, could have screamed with choler. Less than a quarter of an hour later, the burgomaster arrived, ushered in by Jan. He had apparently not taken off his clothes since he had been upstairs. It was, indeed, more than likely that he had spent the time in prayer, for Mynheer Bernstein was a pious man, and the will of God in fortune or in adversity was a very real thing to him. With the same dignified submission which he had displayed throughout, he had immediately followed Jan when curtly ordered to do so. But he came down to face the arrogant tyrant for the third time tonight, with as heavy a heart as before, not knowing what fresh indignity, what new cruel measure would be put upon him. Grace or clemency he knew that he could not expect. The look of malignant triumph wherewith Stoutenburg greeted him appeared to justify his worst forebodings. The presence, too, of Diogenes, fettered and asleep, filled his anxious heart with additional dread. As he stepped out into the room, he took no notice of his son, but only strove to face his arch-enemy with as serene a countenance as he could command. "Your lordship desired that I should come," he said quietly. "What is your lordship's pleasure?" But Stoutenburg was all suavity. A kind of feline gentleness was in his tone as he replied, "Firstly, to beg your forgiveness, mynheer, for having disturbed you again, and at this hour. But will you not sit? Jan," he commanded, "draw a chair nearer to the hearth for the Herr Burgomaster." "I was not asleep, my lord," Bernstein rejoined coldly, "and by your leave will take your commands standing." "Oh, commands, mynheer," Stoutenburg rejoined blandly. "'Tis no commands I would venture to give you. It was my duty, my painful duty, not to keep you in ignorance of certain matters which have just come to my knowledge, and which will have a momentous bearing upon all my future plans. Will you not sit?" he added, with insidious urbanity. "No? Ah, well, just as you wish. But you will forgive me if I—" He sat down in his favourite chair, with his back to the table and the candlelight, and facing the fire, which threw ruddy gleams on his gaunt face and grizzled hair. His deep-set eyes were inscrutable in the shadow, but they were fixed upon the burgomaster, who stood before him dignified and calm, half turned away from the pitiful spectacle which the blind man presented in somnolent helplessness. Since last I had the pleasure of addressing you, mynheer, Stoutenburg began slowly, after a while, it hath come to my knowledge that the stadtholder, far from abandoning all hope of reconquering Gelderland from our advancing forces, did in truth not only devise a plan whereby he intended to deliver Ada and Amersfoort from our hands, but his far-reaching project also embraced the possibility of seizing my person, and once for all ridding himself of an enemy, a justiciary, shall we say, who is becoming mighty inconvenient. A project, my lord, the burgomaster riposted earnestly, which I pray God may fully succeed. Stoutenburg gave a derisive laugh. So it would have done, mynheer, he said with a sardonic grin. It would have succeeded admirably, and by this hour tomorrow I should no doubt be dangling on a gibbet, for Maurice of Nassau hath sworn that he would treat me as a knave and as a traitor, unworthy of the scaffold. And the world would have been rid of a murderous miscreant, the burgomaster put in coldly, had God so willed it. Ah, but God, your God, mynheer, Stoutenburg retorted with a sneer, did not will it, it seems, and forewarned is forearmed, you know. Instinctively, as the full meaning of Stoutenburg's words reached his perceptions, the burgomaster's eyes had sought those of his son, whilst a ghastly pallor overspread his face even to his lips. "The stadtholder's schemes have been revealed to you," he murmured slowly. "By whom?" Then, as Stoutenburg made no reply, only regarded him with a mocking and quizzical gaze, he added more vehemently, "Who is the craven informer who hath sold his master to you?" "What would you do to him if you knew?" Stoutenburg retorted coolly. "Slay him with mine own hand," the burgomaster replied calmly, "were he my only son." "'Twas not I," Nicholas cried involuntarily. Stoutenburg appeared vastly amused. "No," he said, "it was not your son, Klaus, whose merits, by the way, you have not yet learned to appreciate. Nicholas hath rendered me and the Archduchess immense services, which I hope soon to repay adequately. But," he added with mocking emphasis, "the most signal service of all, which will deliver the stadtholder into my hands and re-establish thereby the dominion of Spain over the Netherlands, was rendered to me by the varlet whom, but for me, you would have acclaimed as your son." And, with a wide flourish of the arm, Stoutenburg turned in his chair and pointed to Diogenes, who, sublimely unconscious of what went on around him, was even in the act of emitting a loud and prolonged snore. Instinctively the burgomaster looked at him. His glance, vague and puzzled, wandered over the powerful figure of the blind man, the nodding head, the pinioned shoulders, and from him back to Stoutenburg, who continued to regard him, Beresteyn, with a malicious leer. "I fear me," the latter murmured after a while, "that your lordship will think me over dull, but I don't quite understand." "Yet 'tis simple enough," Stoutenburg rejoined, rose from his chair, and approached the burgomaster, as he spoke with a sudden, fierce tone of triumph. "This miserable cur on whom Gilda once bestowed her love, seeing the gallows dangling before his bleary eyes, hath sold me the secrets which the stadtholder did entrust to him, sold them to me in exchange for his worthless life. I entered into a bargain with him, and I will keep my pledge. In very truth, he hath saved my life by his revelations, and jeopardized that of the stadtholder, my most bitter enemy. Maurice of Nassau had thought to trap me in the lonely Molen on the Veluwe, which is my secret camp. Now 'tis I who will close the trap on him there, and hold his life, his honour, these provinces at my mercy. And all," he concluded with a ringing shout, "thanks to the brilliant adventurer, the chosen of Gilda's heart, her English miller, mynheer, the gay and dashing laughing cavalier." He had the satisfaction of seeing that the blow had gone home. The burgomaster literally staggered under it, as if he had actually been struck in the face with a whip. Certain it is that he stepped back and clutched the table for support with one hand, whilst he passed the other once or twice across his brow. "My God," he murmured under his breath. Stoutenburg laughed as a demon might, when gazing on the tortured soul. Then he shrugged his shoulders and went on airily. "You are surprised, Mynheer Burgomaster. Frankly, I was not. You believed this fortune-hunter's tale of noble parentage and English ancestry. I did not. You doubted his treachery when he went on a message to Marquette and sold that message to de Burgh. I knew it to be a fact. My love for Gilda made me clear-sighted, whilst yours left you blind. Now you see him at last in his true colours, base, servile, without honour and without faith. You are bewildered, incredulous mayhap. Ask Jan. He was here and heard him. Ask my captains at the gate, my master of the camp. The stadtholder is heading straight for the trap which he had set up for me, because the cullion who sits there did sell his one-time master to me." The burgomaster, overcome with horror and with shame, had sunk into a chair and buried his face in his hands. The echo of Stoutenburg's rasping voice seemed to linger in the noble panelled hall, its mocking accents to be still tearing at the stricken father's aching heart, still deriding his overwhelming sorrow. Gilda, his proud, loving, loyal Gilda, if she were to know. A great sob, manfully repressed, broke from his throat and threatened to choke him. And, for the first time in this day of crime and of treachery, Nicholas felt a twinge of remorse knocking at the gates of his heart. He could not bear to look on his father's grief, and not feel the vague stirrings of an affection which had once been genuine, even though it was dormant now. His father had been perhaps more just toward him than indulgent. Gilda had been the apple of his eyes, and he, Nicholas, had been brought up in that stern school of self-sacrifice and self-repression which had made heroes of those of his race in their stubborn and glorious fight for liberty. No doubt it was that rigid bringing up which had primarily driven an ambitious and discontented youth like Nicholas into the insidious net spread out for him by the wily Stoutenburg. Smarting under the discipline imposed upon his self-indulgence by the burgomaster, he had lent a willing ear to the treacherous promises of his masterful friend, who held out dazzling visions before him of independence and of aggrandizement. Even at this moment Nicholas felt no remorse for his treachery to his country and kindred. He was only sentimentally sorry to see his father so utterly broken down by sorrow. And then there was Gilda. Already, when Stoutenburg had placed that cruel either-or before her, Nicholas had felt an uncomfortable pain in his heart at sight of her misery. Stoutenburg would have called it weakness, and despised him for it. But Stoutenburg's was an entirely warped and evil nature, which revelled in crime and cruelty as a solace to past humiliation and disappointment, whereas Nicholas was just a craven time-server, who had not altogether succeeded in freeing himself from past teachings and past sentiments. And Gilda's pale, tear-stained face seemed to stare at him through the gloom, reproachful and threatening, whilst his father's heart-rending sob tore at his vitals and shook him to the soul with a kind of superstitious awe. The commandment of heaven, not wholly forgotten, not absolutely ignored, seemed to ring the death-knell of all that he had striven for, as if the great judge of all had already weighed his deeds in the balance and decreed that his punishment be swift and sure. But Stoutenburg, in this the hour of his greatest triumph, had none of these weaknesses, nor indeed did he care whether the burgomaster was stricken with sorrow or no. What he did do now was go up to Jan, and from the latter's belt take out a pistol. This he examined carefully. Then he put it down upon the table, close to where the burgomaster was sitting. At the metallic sound made by the contact of the weapon upon the board, the burgomaster had instinctively looked up. Stoutenburg caught his eye, then quietly pointed to the pistol. "My friend Nicholas and I," he said, "will leave you to deal with the informer as you think best." He stayed quite still for a moment, looking down into the horror-stricken, yet determined face of the burgomaster, and then at the blind man, who apparently was fast asleep. Then he curtly ordered Jan and Nicholas to follow him, and strode leisurely out of the room. Part 8. A quarter of an hour later, the stately house on the quay appeared wrapped in the mantle of sleep. The soldiers, wearied and discontented, had, after a good deal of murmuring, finally settled down to rest. They had collected what clothes, blankets, curtains even, that they could lay their hands on, and, wrapped up in these, they had curled themselves up upon the floor. We may take it, however, as a certainty that Jan remained wide awake, with one ear on that door which gave on the banqueting hall, and which he, at the command of his master, had carefully closed behind him. Upstairs, Nicholas had thrown himself like an insentient and wearied mass upon his own bed in the room wherein he had slept as a child, as an adolescent, as a youth, now as a black-hearted traitor, haunted by memories and the ghoulish shadows of his crime. He could not endure the darkness, so left a couple of wax candles burning in their sconces. Whether he actually fell asleep or no, he could not afterward have told you. Certain it is that he was not fully awake, but rather on that threshold of dreams which for those that are happy is akin to the very gate of paradise, but unto souls that are laden with crime is like the antechamber of hell. Half-consciously, Nicholas could hear Stoutenburg pacing up and down an adjoining room, restless and fretful, like some untamed beast on the prowl. Then, suddenly, the sharp report of a pistol rang through the silence of the night. Nicholas jumped from his bed, with a feeling of sheer physical nausea, which turned him dizzy and faint. Stoutenburg had paused abruptly in his febrile wanderings. To the listener it almost seemed as if he could hear his friend's laboured breathing, the indrawing of a sigh that spoke of torturing suspense. A few minutes went by, and then a heavy step was heard ascending the stairs. After that, the closing and shutting of a door, then nothing more. In that heavy step, Nicholas had recognized his father's. Even now he could hear the burgomaster moving about in the room close by, which had always been his. Gilda's was further along, down the passage. Everything now seemed so still. Just for a while, after the burgomaster had gone upstairs, Nicholas had heard the soldiers moving down below. Rudely awakened from their sleep, they had done a good deal of muttering. Voices could be heard, and then a rattle, like the shaking of a door. But apparently the men had been quickly reassured by Jan. The silence acted as a further irritant on Nicholas's nerves. Taking up a candle, he went out of the room in search of Stoutenburg. Outside on the landing he came upon Jan, who was on the same errand bent. "What has happened?" the young man queried hoarsely. Jan shook his head. "Which is his lordship's room?" was all that he said. Nicholas led the way, and Jan followed. They found Stoutenburg standing in the middle of the room which he had selected for his own use. He was still fully dressed, had not even taken off his boots. Apparently he was waiting for news, but otherwise he seemed quite calm. "Well?" he queried curtly, as soon as he caught sight of Jan. "We cannot get into the room," Jan replied. "After we heard the shot fired, we saw the burgomaster come out of it, but he locked the door, and, with the key in his hand, he walked steadily up the stairs." "How did he look?" "Like a man who had seen a ghost." "Well?" Stoutenburg queried again, impatiently. "What did you do after that?" "I tried the door, of course. It is a stout piece of oak, and I had no orders to break it down. It would take a heavy joist, and the men are already grumbling." "Yes," Stoutenburg put in curtly, "but the windows?" "I thought of them, and myself went round to look. Of course we could climb up to them, but they appeared to be barred and shuttered." "So much the better," his lordship retorted, with a note of grim spite in his rasping voice. "Let the varlet's carcass rot where it is. Why should we trouble? Go back to bed, Nicholas," he added after a slight pause, "and you too, Jan. As for me, I feel that I could sleep peacefully at last." He threw himself on the bed with a long sigh of satisfaction, and when spoken to again by one of the others, he curtly ordered them to leave him in peace. So Jan did leave him, and went back to his men. But Nicholas, terrified of solitude, which he felt would for him be peopled with ghouls, elected to find what rest he could in an armchair beside his friend. After a few minutes later, the house was once more wrapped in the mantle of sleep. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Emma Orczy. Chapter 15. The Molen on the Veluwe. Again, it is to Devoe's highly interesting and reliable Breven that we like to turn for an account of the Lord of Stoutenburg's departure out of Amersfoort. It occurred at dawn of a raw, dull March morning, and was effected with all the furtiveness, the silence usually pertaining to a surprise attack. The soldiers bivouacking inside that part of the city knew nothing of the whole affair, but few of them did as much as turn in their sleep when his lordship rode through the Koppelpoort together with 4 companies of cavaliers. Jan was an adept at arranging these expeditions, and the Lord of Stoutenburg had made a specialty of marauding excursions ever since he had started on his career of treachery against his own country. His standard bearer preceded the companies, carrying the sable standard embroidered in silver, with the skull and crossbones, which his lordship had permanently adopted as his device. But they went without drums or pipes, and with as little clatter as may be, choosing the unpaved streets whereon the mud lay thick and effectually deadened the sound of horses' hoofs. A litter taken from the burgomaster's coach-house and borne by 2 strong Flemish horses bore the Jongjuffrouw Gildebrestjen in the train of her future lord. She had offered no resistance, no protest of any kind, when fully ordered by her brother to make herself ready. She had spent the greater part of the night in meditation and in prayer. Her father, hearing her move about in her room, had come to her in the small hours of the morning and had sat with her for some time. Nicolas, wakeful and restless, had wandered out into the corridor on which gave most of the sleeping rooms, and had heard the subdued murmurings of the burgomaster's voice, and occasionally that of his sister. What they said he could not hear, but he was able subsequently to assure Stoutenburg that the burgomaster's tone was distinctly one of admonition, and Gilda's one of patience and resignation. Just before dawn, one of the old serving men, who had remained on the watch in the house all through the night, brought her some warm milk and bread, which she swallowed eagerly. The burgomaster was with her then, but later on, when the Lord of Stoutenburg desired her presence in the living room, she went to him alone. That room was the one where, a little more than a week ago, the stadtholder had held council with the burgomaster and his friends on the day of her wedding, and she had sat in the little room next to it and played on the virginal, so as to attract her beloved to her side. Then had come the hour of parting, and she had with her own hands taken his sword to him, and buckled it to his side, and bade him go whither honor and duty beckoned. My God, what memories! But she met Stoutenburg's mocking glance with truly remarkable serenity. She felt neither faint nor weak. Her communion with God, her interview with her father, had given her all the strength she needed, not to let her enemies see what she suffered, or if she were afraid. And when Stoutenburg, with callous irony, reminded her of his decision, she answered quite calmly, "I am ready to do your wish, my lord." "And you'll not regret it, Gilda," he vowed with sudden earnestness, and his sunken eyes lighted up with a kind of fierce ardor which sent a cold shudder coursing down her spine. "By heaven, you'll not regret it. You shall be the greatest lady in Europe, the most admired, the most beloved. I, with you beside me, I feel that I shall have the power to create a throne, a kingdom for us both. Queen of the Netherlands, mine angel. What say you to this goal? And I see your king—" He paused and closely scrutinized her face, marveled what she knew of that drunken oaf, once her lover, who now lay dead in the room below, slain by the avenging hand of an outraged father and an indignant patriot. But she looked so serene that he came to the conclusion that she knew nothing. The burgomaster had apparently desired to spare her, for the moment, this additional horror and shame. Well, no doubt it was all for the best. She was ready to come with him. And that, after all, was the principal thing. In any event, she knew the alternative. "Jean remains here," he said, "in command of the troops. He will not leave until I send him word." Until then, Amersfoort and the lives of all its citizens were in jeopardy. The quick, sacred look in her eyes, when he reminded her of this, was sufficient to assure him that she fully grasped the position. Of the stadtholder's plans, as betrayed by the informer, she knew of course nothing. Better so, he thought. The whole thing, when accomplished, when he, Stoutenburg, was made master of Gelderland, the stadtholder a prisoner in his hands, the United Provinces ready to submit to him, would be a revelation to her, a revelation which would make her, he doubted not, a proud and happy woman, rather than a mere obedient slave. In the meanwhile, he had strictly enjoined Jeanne to leave the banqueting hall undisturbed. "Let the locked door and closed shutters guard the grim secret within," he said decisively. "Apparently, the Herr Burgomaster intends for the nonce to hold his tongue." In the hurry and excitement of the departure, the soldiers, who in the night had been roused by the pistol shot, forgot that unimportant event. Certain it is that not one of them did more than curiously wonder what it had been about. Then, as no one gave reply, the matter was soon allowed to fall into oblivion. At one moment, Stoutenburg, who was standing in the hall waiting for Gilda, felt tempted to go and have a last look on his dead enemy. But the key was not in the lock, and he would not send to the burgomaster for it. It was better so. Just then, Gilda came down the stairs. She was accompanied by her old waiting woman, Maria, who was wrapped in fur cloak and hood ready for the journey. Apparently, she had taken final leave of her father, and had quite resigned herself to parting from him. "The burgomaster is well, I trust, this morning?" Stoutenburg asked with great urbanity, as soon as he had formally greeted her. "I thank you, my lord," she replied coolly. "My father is as well as I can desire." The litter was her own. Oft had she travelled in it between Haarlem and Amersfoort, when the weather was too rough for riding. Those had been happy journeys to and fro, for both homes were dear to her, but now had become hollowed through the presence in them of her beloved. To Stoutenburg, who watched her keenly while she crossed the hall, it seemed as if once she glanced round in the direction of a banqueting room and craned her neck, as if trying to catch whatever faint sound might be coming from there. She appeared to shiver, and drew her fur cloak closer round her shoulders. Her lips moved slightly, as if murmuring. Stoutenburg thought that she was bidding a last farewell to the man who she could not bring herself to forget or to despise, and an acute feeling of unbridled jealousy shot through him, like a poisoned dart, jealousy even of the dead. A mounted scout led the way, to clear the road of any encumbrance that might retard progress. After him came the standard beaver. 12 Spanish halberdiers followed, the shafts of their halberts swathed in black velvet. Behind them 100 cavaliers, who were armed with muskets, and 100 more carrying lances. Then came the litter, which was covered in leather, which richly stamped leather curtains at the sides, the shafts, front and back, supported by heavy Flemish horses, which were sumptuously caparisoned and plumed. The Lord of Stoutenburg rode on one side of the litter, and Nocalis on the other, and behind it came 2 more companies of musketeers and lancers. The way through the Koppelpoort, and then straight across the Veluwe on the road which runs to the north of Amersfoort, thus avoiding any possible encounter with the stadtholder's vedettes. Stoutenburg's intention was to await Maurice of Nassau's coming at the Molen, not to offer him battle in the open. The road was lonely at this early hour, and a cutting wind blew across from the Zuider Zee, chasing the morning mist before it. Already on the horizon, above the undulating tableland, the pale, wintry sun tinged that mist with gold. Stoutenburg's keen, hawk-like eyes searched the distance before him as he rode. A little after 7 o'clock, Barneveld was reached, and a brief halt called outside the city, whilst the scouts went in search of provisions. The inhabitants, scared by the advent of these strangers, submitted to being fleeced of their goods, not daring to resist. Though closely questioned, they had but little information to impart. They had, in truth, heard that Ede was in the hands of the Spaniards, and that Amersfoort had shared the like fate. Runners had brought the news, which was authentic, together with many wild rumors that had terrorized the credulous and paved the way for Stoutenburg's arrival. His sable standard, with its grim device, completed the subjugation of the worthy burghers of Barneveld, who, with no garrison to protect them, thought it wisest to obey the behests of his magnificence with a show of goodwill, rather than see the little city pillaged or their citizens dragged as captives in the train of the conqueror. Gilda did not leave her litter during the halt. Maria, who had been riding on a pillion behind one of the equerries, whom she roundly trounced and anathematized all the way, came and waited on her mistress. But Stoutenburg and Nicoles kept with unwonted discretion, or mayhap indifference, out of her way. The halt, in truth, lasted less than a couple of hours. By 9 o'clock the troop was once more on the way, and an hour later, on the high upland, out toward the east, the lonely Molen loomed, portentous and weird, out of the mist. The spies of the stadtholder, who had, according to Diogenes' statement, spoken of the Molen as Stoutenburg's camp, where he had secreted great stores of arms and ammunition, had in truth been either deceived or deceivers. The Molen was lonely and uninhabited, as it had always been. No sign of life appeared around it, or sign of the recent breaking of a camp. True, here and there upon the scrub in the open, the scorched rough grass or a heap of ashes indicated that a fire had been lit there at one time, whilst under the overhanging platform the trampled earth converted into mud, and certain debris of straw and fodder accused the recent presence of horses and of men. But only a few. As to whether the stores of arms and ammunition were indeed concealed inside the mill-house itself was impossible to say from the mere aspect of the tumble-down building. Whatever secret the Molen contained, it had succeeded in guarding inviolate up to this hour. Standing, as it did, upon a high point of the arid upland, the Molen dominated the Veluwe. Toward the west, whence the stadtholder would come, a gentle, undulating slope led down to Barneveld and Ede, Amersfoort and Utrecht. But in the rear of the building, toward the east, the ground fell away more abruptly, down to a narrow gorge below. It was in this gorge, secluded from the prying eyes of possible vendettis, that Stoutenburg had put up his camp ere he embarked upon his fateful expedition to Amersfoort, and it was here that he disposed the bulk of his troop, horses, men, and baggage, under the command of Nicolas Berestian, whilst he himself, with a bodyguard of 50 picked men, took up his quarters in the Molen. The plan of action was simple enough. The 50 men would remain concealed in and about the building until the stadtholder, thinking the place deserted, walked straight into the trap that had been laid for him. Then, at the first musket shot, the men from the camp below were to rush up the sloping ground with a great clatter and much shouting and battle cry. The stadtholder's troops, wholly unprepared for the attack, would be thrown into dire confusion, and in the panic that would inevitably ensue, the rout would be complete. Stoutenburg himself would see to it that the stadtholder did not escape. "Welcome home, mine angel," had been his semi-ironical, wholly triumphant greeting to Gilda, when her litter came to a halt and he dismounted in order to conduct her into the Molen. She gave him no answer, but allowed her hand to rest in his and walked beside him with a firm step through the narrow door which gave on the interior of the mill-house. She looked about her with inquiring eyes that had not a vestige of terror in them. Almost, it seemed, at one moment as if she smiled. Did her memory conjure back just then the vision of that other Molen, the one at Ryswick, where so much had happened 3 short months ago, and where this arrogant tyrant had played such a sorry role? Perhaps. Certain it is that she turned to him without any defiance, almost with a gentle air of appeal. "I am very tired," she said, with a weary little sigh, "and would be grateful for a little privacy if your lordship would allow my tirewomen to attend on me." "Your wishes are my laws, mein Schat," he replied airily. "I entreat you to look on this somewhat dilapidated building only as a contemporary halt, where nothing, alas, can be done for your comfort. I trust you will not suffer from the cold, but absolute privacy you shall have. The loft up those narrow steps is entirely at your disposal, and your women shall come to you immediately." Indeed, he called at once through the door, and a moment or two later Maria appeared, reduced to silence for the nonce by a wholesome fear. Stoutenburg, in the meantime, still with that same ironical gallantry, had conducted Gilda to the narrow ladder-like steps which led up to the loft. He stood at the foot, watching her serene and leisurely progress. "How wise you are, mejuffrouw," he said with a sigh of satisfaction. "And withal, how desirable." She turned for a second, then, and looked down on him. But her eyes were quite inscrutable. Never had he desired her so much as now. With the gloomy background of those rickety walls behind her, she looked like an exquisite fairy, her dainty head wrapped in a hood, through which her small oval face appeared, slightly rose-tinted like a piece of delicate china. The huge fur coat concealed the lines of her graceful figure, but one perfect hand rested upon the rail, and the other peeped out like a flower between the folds of her cloak. He all but lost his head when he gazed on her, and met those blue eyes that still held a mystery for him. But with Stoutenburg, ambition and selfishness always waged successful warfare even against passion, and at this hour his entire destiny was hanging in the balance. The look wherewith he regarded her was that of a conqueror rather than a lover. The title of the English play had come swiftly through his mind, The Taming of the Shrew. In truth, Nicolaus had been right. Women have no use for weaklings. It is their master whom they worship. Just one word of warning did he give her ere she finally passed out of his sight. "There will be noise of fighting anon, mine angel," he said carelessly. "Nothing that need alarm you. An encounter with vedettes, probably. A few musket shots. You will not be afraid?" "No," she replied simply. "I will not be afraid. You will be safe here with me until we can continue our journey east or south. It will depend on what progress de Burgh has been able to make." She gave a slight nod of understanding. "I shall be ready," she said. Encouraged by her gentleness, he went on more warmly. "And at the hour when we leave here together, mein Schat, a runner will speed to Amersfoort with order to Jan to evacuate the city. The burgomaster will be in a position to announce to his fellow citizens that they have nothing to fear from a chivalrous enemy, who will respect person and property, and who will go out of the gates of Amersfoort as empty-handed as he came." Whereupon he made her a low and respectful bow, stood aside to allow the serving woman to follow her mistress. Gilda had acknowledged his last pompous tirade with a faintly murmured, "I thank you, my lord." Then she went quickly up the steps and finally passed out of his sight on the floor above. Just for a little while he remained quite still, listening to her footsteps overhead. His lean, sharp-featured face expressed nothing but contentment now. Success complete, absolute, was his at last. Less than a fortnight ago he was nothing but a disappointed vagrant, without home, kindred or prospects, scorned by the woman he loved, despised by a successful rival, an outcast from the land of his birth. Today his rival was dead, an object of contempt, not even of pity, for every honest man, while Gilda, like a ripe and luscious fruit, was ready to fall into his arms, and he had his foot firmly planted on the steps of a throne. And now the midday hour had gone by, and silence, absolute, reigned in and around the Molen. Stoutenburg had spent some time talking to the captain in command of his guard, had himself seen to it that the men were well concealed in the rear of the Molen. The horses had been sent down to the camp so as to preclude any possibility of an alarm being given before the apportioned time. 2 men were stationed on the platform to keep a lookout upon the distance, where anon the stadtholder and his troop would appear. Indeed, everything was ordained and arranged with perfect precision in anticipation of a great coup, which was destined to deliver Maurice of Nassau into the hands of his enemy. Everything, provided that blind informer who lay dead in the banqueting hall of the stately house at Amersfoort had not lied from first to last. But even if he had lied, even if the stadtholder had not planned this expedition, or having planned it, had abandoned it or given up the thought of leading it in person, even so, Stoutenburg was prepared to be satisfied. Already his busy brain was full of plans, which he would put into execution if the present one did not yield him to supreme prize. Gilda was his now, whatever happened. Gilda, and her wealth, and the influence of the burgomaster, Berestian, henceforth irrevocably tied to the chariot wheel of his son-in-law, a vista of riches, of honors, of power, which stretched out before the longing gaze of this restless and ambitious self-seeker. For the nonce, he could afford to wait, even though the hours crept by leaden-footed, and the lookout men up on the platform had nothing as yet to report. The soldiers outside, wrapped up in horse blankets, squatted against the walls of the dilapidated building, trying to get shelter from the cutting north wind. They had their provisions for the day requisitioned at Barneveld, but these they soon consumed for want of something better to do. The cold was better, and anon an icy drizzle began to fall. Stoutenburg, inside the mill-house, had started on that restless pacing up and down which was so characteristic of him. He had ordered the best of the provisions to be taken up to the Jungfrau and her maid. He himself had eaten and had drunk, and now he had nothing to do but wait and think. Anon he got tired of both, and when he heard the women moving about overhead, he suddenly paused in his fretful wanderings, pondered for a moment or two, and then went resolutely up the stairs. Gilda was sitting on a pile of sacking. Her hands lay idly in her lap. With a curt word of command, Stoutenburg ordered the waiting woman to go below. Then he approached Gilda, and half kneeling, half reclining by her side, he tried to take her hand, but she evaded him, hid her hands underneath her cloak. This apparently vastly amused his lordship, for he laughed good-humouredly, and said with an ardent look of passionate admiration, "That is why you are so desirable, mine angel. Never twice the same. A while ago you seemed as yielding as a dove. Now, once more, I see the young vixen peeping at me through those wonderful blue eyes. Well," he added with a sigh of contentment, "I will not complain. Life by your side, mine Geliebte, will never be dull. The zest of taming a beautiful shrew must ever be a manly sport." Then, as she made no sign either of defiance or comprehension, but sat with eyes strained and her neck craned forward, almost as if she were listening, He raised himself and sat down upon the sacking close beside her. She puzzled him now, as she always did, and that puzzlement added zest to his wooing. "I was waxing so dejected down below," he said, and leaned forward, his lips almost touching the hood that kept her ears concealed. "Little did I guess that so much delight lay ready to my hand. Time is a hard taskmaster to me just now, and I have not the leisure to make as ardent love to you as I would wish. But I have the time to gratify a fancy, and this I will do. My fancy is to have 3 kisses from your sweet lips on mine, 3 and no more, and on the lips, mine shot." In an instant his arms were round her, but equally suddenly she had evaded him. She jumped up and ran, as swift as a hare, to the farther end of the loft, where she remained ensconced behind a transverse beam, her arms round it for support, her face, white and set, only vaguely discernible in the gloom. The dim afternoon light, which came by shyly peeping in through 2 small windows high up in the walls, failed to reach this angle of the loft where Gilda had found shelter. With this dim background behind her, she appeared like some elusive spectre, an apparition without form or substance, her face and hands alone visible. When she escaped him, Stoutenburg had cursed, as was his wont, then struggled to his feet and tried to carry off the situation with an affected laugh. But somehow the girl's face, there in the semi-darkness, gave him an unpleasant, eerie sensation. He did not follow her, but paused in the center of the loft, laughter dying upon his lips. "Am I to remind you again, you little termagant," he said, with a great show of bluster, "that Jan is still at Amersfoort, and that I may yet send a runner to him if I have a mind, ordering that by nightfall that accursed city be ablaze?" He was looking straight at her while he spoke, and she returned his glance, but gave him no reply. Just for the space of a few seconds, an extraordinary stillness appeared to have descended upon the Molen. Up here in the loft, nothing stirred. Nothing was heard above that silence, save the patter of the rain upon the roof overhead and against the tiny window panes. For a few seconds, Will Stoutenburg stood like a beast of prey about to spring, and Gilda, still and silent, like a bird on the alert. And suddenly, even as he gazed, the man's expression slowly underwent a change. First the arrogance died out of it, the forced irony. Every line became set, then rigid, and more eschewn in hue, until the whole face appeared like a death mask, colorless and transparent as wax, the jaw dropping, the lips parted as for a cry that would not come, and the sunken eyes open wider and wider still as they gazed, not on Gilda any longer, but into the darkness behind her, whilst the whole aspect of the man was like a living statue of horror and of a nameless fear. Then suddenly, right through the silence and above the weird patter of the rain, there rang a sound which roused the very echoes that lay dormant among the ancient rafters. So strange a sound was it, that when it reached his ear, Stoutenburg lost his balance and swayed on his feet like a drunken man. So strange that Gilda, her nerves giving way for the first time under the terrible strain which she had undergone, buried her face against her arms, whilst a loud sob broke from her throat. Yet the sound in itself was neither terrifying nor a tragic tone. It was just the sound of a prolonged and loud peal of laughter. "By my halidam," a merry voice swore lustily, "but meseems that your lordship had no thought of seeing me here." Just for a few seconds, superstitious fear held the miscreant gripped by the throat. A few seconds? To him, to Gilda, they seemed an eternity. Then a hoarse whisper escaped him. "Spectre or demon, which are you?" "Both, you devil," the mocking voice gave reply. "And I would send you down to hell and shoot you like a dog where you stand, but for the noise which would bring your men about mine ears. To hell yourself, you infamous Pleashurk," Stoutenburg cried, strove to shake off with a mighty effort the superstitious dread that made a weakling of him. He fumbled for his sword, succeeding in drawing it from its scabbard, and cursed himself for being without a pistol in his belt. "Where you came from I know not," he went on in a husky whisper. "But be you wraith or demon, you—" He seemed to speak involuntarily, as if sheer terror was forcing the words through his bloodless lips. Suddenly he uttered a hoarse cry. "Amoy! Somebody there? Amoy!" But the walls of the old Molen were thick, and his voice, spent and half choked with the horror of that spectral apparition, refused him effective service. It failed to carry far enough. The tiny windows were impracticable. The soldiers were outside at the rear of the building, out of earshot, and down below there was only the old waiting woman. "That Smearlap," he cried, half to himself, "either a wraith or blind, in either case," and sword in hand he rushed upon his mocking enemy. A blind man? Bah! What had he to fear? The rogue had in truth thrust Gilda behind him. He stood there, with one of those short English daggers in his hand, which had of late put the fine Toledo blades to shame. But a blind man, for all that. How he had escaped out of Amersfoort, and by whose connivance Stoutenburg had not time to think. But the man was blind. Every phase of last evening's interview with him, the vacant eyes, the awkward moments, stood out clearly before his lordship's mental vision, and testified to that one fact. The man was blind and helpless. Crouching like a feline creature upon his haunches, Stoutenburg was ready for a spring. His every movement became lithe and silent as that of a snake. He had marked out to himself just how and where he would strike. He only waited until those eyes, those awful eyes, ceased to look on him. But their glance never wavered. They followed his every step. They mocked and derided and threatened withal. But Satan and all his hordes, those stricken orbs, could see. At what precise moment that conviction entered Stoutenburg's tortured brain, he could not himself have told you. But suddenly it was there, and in an instant his nerve completely forsook him. An icy sweat broke all over his body. His head swam. His knees gave way under him. The sword dropped out of his nerveless hand. Then, with a quick, hoarse cry, he turned to flee. His foot was on the top step of the ladder which led to the room below. A prolonged, mocking laugh behind him seemed to lend him wings. But freedom, aye, and more, beckoned from below. There was only an old woman there, and his soldiers were outside. Ye gods, he was a fool to fear. He flew down the few steps, nearly fell headlong in the act, for his nerves were playing him an unpleasant trick, and the afternoon light was growing dim. At first, when he reached the place below, he saw nothing save the welcome door, straight before him, which led straight to freedom from this paralyzing obsession. With one bound, he had covered half the intervening space, when suddenly he paused, and an awful curse rose to his lips. There, in the recess of the doorway, two men were squatting on their heels. intent upon a game of hazard. One of these men was long and lean, the other round as a curled-up hedgehog. They did no more than glance over their shoulder when His Magnificence, the Lord of Stoutenburg, came staggering down the steps. 5 and 4, the lean vagabond was saying. How many does that make? 8, you loon, the other replied. My turn now. They continued their game, regardless of his lordship, who stood there, rooted to the spot, trembling in every limb, his body covered with sweat, feeling like an animal that sees a trap slowly closing in upon him. The situation was indeed one to send a man out of his senses. Stoutenburg, for a brief instant, felt that he was going mad. He looked from the door to the steps, and back again to the door, marveling which way lay his one chance of escape. If he shouted, would he be heard? Could his men get to him before those 2 ruffians fell to and murdered him? Dared he make a dash for the door? Or it was unthinkable that he, Stoutenburg, should be standing here, at the mercy of 3 villains, utterly powerless, when outside, not 50 paces away, the other side of those walls, 50 men at arms were there, set to guard his person. And suddenly fear fell away from him. The trembling of his limbs ceased. His vision became clear, his mind alert. Even around his quaking lips there came the ghost of a smile. His senses, keyed up by the imminence of his danger, had seized upon a sound which came from outside, faint as yet, but very obviously drawing near. In the semi-darkness, and with his head buzzing and his nerves tingling, he could not distinguish either the quality of the sound, nor yet the exact direction whence it came. But whatever it was, even if it was not all that he hoped, the sound was bound to set his soldiers on the alert, and if he could only temporize with those ruffians for a minute or two, the very next would see the captain of his guard rushing in to report what was happening. The stadtholder sighed, the signal given, Nicolaus Berestin coming swiftly to the rescue. Therefore, in the face of his own imminent peril, the Lord of Stoutenburg no longer felt afraid, only tensely, vitally expectant. The 2 caitiffs, on the other hand, appeared to have heard nothing. At any rate, they went on with their game, and the flute-like, high-pitched tones of the fat loon alternated with the deep bass of his companion. 3 and 2 make 5. No, 4, you varlet. 6. Blank by Beelzebub, my luck is dead out today. And the sound drew near. There was no mistaking it. Men running, the clatter of arms, horses too, a pawing and a champing, and a general hubbub, which those 2 ruffians could not fail to hear. Nor did any sound come down from the left. Yet Gilda was there with the miserable Pleschurk, who, whatever else happened, would inevitably stand before her now as an informer and a cheat. This, at any rate, was a fact. The man had betrayed his master in order to save his miserable life, and the burgomaster had connived at his escape through the access of doltish weakness. But the fact remained. The stadtholder was approaching. The next few minutes, second, perhaps, would see the final triumphant issue of this terrible adventure. Stoutenburg, like a feline at bay, waited. Then, all at once, a musket shot rang through the air. Then another, and yet another. And all at once the whole air around was alive with sounds. the clang of arms, the lusty battle cries. Men out there had come to grips. In the drenching rain, they were at one another's throats. The two caitiffs quietly put aside their dice and rose to their feet. They stood with their backs to the door, their eyes fixed upon his lordship. "Stand aside, you dolts," Stoutenburg cried aloud, for he thought that he read murder in those two pairs of eyes, and he had need of all his nerves to assure himself that all was well, that, though his captain had not come to him for a reason which no doubt was sound, his soldiers were at grips with the stadtholder's vanguard, and Nicolaus was already halfway up the slope. But he, Stoutenburg, was unarmed, and could not push past those two assassins who were guarding the door. He bethought himself of his sword, which lay on the floor of the loft. He turned with a sudden impulse to get hold of it at all costs, and was met at the very foot of the steps by the man who had baffled him at every turn. Diogenes, sword in hand, did not even pause to look on his impotent enemy. With one spring, he was across the floor and out by the door, which one of the ruffians immediately closed behind him. It had all happened swifter even than thought. Stoutenburg, trapped, helpless, more bewildered in truth than terrified, still believed in a happy issue to his present desperate position. The thought came to him that he might purchase his safety from those potential murderers. 10,000 guilders, he called out wildly, if you will let me pass. But the fat Runyon merely turned to the lean one, and the look of understanding which passed between them sent an icy shudder down his lordship's spine. He knew that from these two he could expect no mercy. A hoarse cry of horror escaped his lips as he saw that each held a dagger in one hand. Then began that awful chase, when man becomes a hunted beast, that grim game of hide-and-seek, with the last issue never once in doubt. The Lord of Stoutenburg, trapped between those narrow walls, ran round and round like a mouse in a cage, now seeking refuge behind a girder, now leaping over an intervening obstacle, now crouching, panting and bathed in sweat, under cover of the gloom. And no one spoke, no one called. Neither the hunted, not the hunters. It seemed as if a conspiracy of silence existed between them, or else that the nearness of death had put a seal on all their lips. Over there the clang of battle appeared more remote. Nothing seemed to occur in the immediate approach of the Molen. It all came from afar, resounding across the Veluwe, above the patter of the rain and the soughing of the wind, through the rafters of the old mill, drumming and thumping, the angle of armor, the clang of pike and lance, of metal, the loud report of musket shot, the strident grating of chains and wheels, but all far away, not here, not outside the Molen, but down there in the gorge, where Nicolaus had been encamped. My heavens, what did it mean? Already the trapped creature was getting exhausted. Once or twice he had come down on his knees. His eyes were growing dim. His breath came and went with a wheezing sound from his breast. It was not just two murderous brigands who were pursuing him, but Nemesis herself, with sword of retribution drawn, in her hand an hourglass, the sands of which were running low. All at once the miscreant found himself at the foot of the steps, and, blindly stumbling, he ran up to the loft, instinctively, without set purpose save that of a warding off, if only for a minute, the inevitable end. Gilda was standing at the top of the steps, with neck craned forward, her hands held tightly to her breast, her whole attitude one of nameless horror. She had been listening to the multifarious sounds which came from outside, and the natural womanly fear for the safety of her beloved had been her one dominant emotion. She had heard nothing else for a time, until suddenly she caught one or two stray sounds of that grim and furtive fight for life which was going on down below. She had reached the top of the steps, and tried to peer through the gloom to ascertain whose were the stealthy, swift footfalls so like those of a hunted beast, and whose the heavy, lumbering tread that spoke of stern and unwavering pursuit. At first she could see nothing, and the very silence which lay like a pall upon the grim scene below struck her with a sense of paralyzing dread. Then she caught sight first of one figure, then of another, as they crossed her line of vision. She could distinguish nothing very clearly, just those swiftly moving figures, and for a moment or two felt herself unable to move. Then she heard the labored breathing of a man, a groan as of a soul tortured with fear, and the next instant the Lord of Stoutenburg appeared, stumbling up the narrow steps. At sight of her he fell like an inert thing with a husky cry at her feet. His arms encircled her knees. His head fell against her gown. "Gilda, save me," he whispered hoarsely. "For the love of heaven, they'll murder me. Save me for pity's sake. Gilda!" He sobbed and cried like a child, abject in his terror, loathsome in his craven cowardice. Gilda could not stir. He held her with his arms as in a vice. She would have given worlds for the physical strength to wrench her gown out of his clutch, to flee from the hatred sight of him who had planned to do her beloved such an irreparable injury. Oh, she hated him. She hated him worse, perhaps, than she had ever done before, now that he clung like a miserable dastard to her for mercy. "Leave the poltroon to us, mejuffrouw." A gentle, flute-like tone broke in on the miscreant's ravings. "Now then, take your punishment like a man," a gruff voice added sternly. And two familiar faces emerged out of the gloom, immediately below where Gilda was standing, imprisoned by those cringing arms. The man, in truth, had not even the primeval pluck of a savage. He was beaten, and he knew it. What had happened out there on the Veluwe, how completely he had been tricked by the Englishmen, he did not know as yet. But he was afraid to die, and shrank neither from humiliation nor contempt in order to save his own worthless life from the wreck of all his ambitions. At the sound of those two voices, which in truth were like a death knell in his ears, he jumped to his feet, but he did not loosen his hold on Gilda. Swift as thought, he had found refuge behind her, and held her by the arms in front of him like a shield. Historians have always spoken of the Lord of Stoutenburg as extraordinarily nimble in mind and body. That nimbleness, in truth, stood him in good stead now, or will Socrates or Pythagoras, clumsily in their movements, lumbering and hampered by their respect for the person of the jongejuffrouw, reached the loft, and then for the instant hesitated how best to proceed in their grim task without offering the ears and eyes of the great lady. Stoutenburg had with one bound slipped from behind her down the steps, and was across the floor of the Molen and out of the door before the two worthies had had time to utter the comprehensive curse which, at this unexpected maneuver on the part of their quarry, had risen to their lips. "We had promised Diogenes not to allow the blackguard to escape," Pythagoras exclaimed ruefully, and both started in hot pursuit. whilst Gilda, seeking shelter in a dark angle of the loft, fell sobbing with excitement and only half-conscious upon a pile of sacking. End of Chapter 15. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Chapter 16 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Emma Orczy. Chapter 16. The Final Issue. Part 1. Pythagoras and Socrates failed to find the trail of the miscreant who had vanished under the cover of the night. We know that Stoutenburg did succeed, in fact, in reaching de Burgh's encampment, half-starved and wearied, but safe. How he did it, no one will ever know. His career of crime had received a mighty check, and the marauding expeditions which he undertook subsequently against his own country were of futile and desultory nature. History ceases to trouble herself about him after that abortive incursion into Gelderland. How that incursion was frustrated by the gallant Englishman, known to fame as the First Sir Percy Blake, but to his intimates as Diogenes, the erstwhile penniless soldier of fortune, we know chiefly through a vent einsame Saken von Stadt. The worthy chronicler enlarges upon the Englishman's adventure. He always calls him the Englishman. From the time when a week and more ago he took leave of Nicolaes Berenstain outside Barneveld, to that when he reached Amershott, just in time to avert a terrible catastrophe. The offer of Saken-Verstadt tells of the ambuscade on the shores of the Ijssel. The Englishmen swim for life through the drifting floes. On reaching the opposite bank, it seemed that he was so spent, and more than half frozen, that he lay half unconscious on the bank for a while. Presently, however, alive to the danger of possible further ambuscades, he restarted on his way, found a deserted hut close by, and crawled in there for shelter. As soon as darkness had set in, he started back for Zutphen, there to warn Marquette not to proceed. The whole of the stadtholder's plans had obviously been revealed to de Burgh by some traitor, whose identity Diogenes then could not fail but guess, and it would have been sheer madness to attempt to cross the Ijssel now at any of the points originally intended. To reach Zutphen at this juncture meant for the undaunted adventurer 2 leagues and more to traverse, and with clothes frozen hard to the skin. But he did reach Zutphen in time, and with the assistance of Marquette, then evolved the plan of an advance into Gelderland by effecting the crossing of the Ijssel as far north as Apeldoorn, and then striking across the Veluwe, either to Amersfoort or Ede, threatening de Burgh's advance and possibly effecting a junction with the stadtholder's main army. After this understanding with Marquette, Diogenes then proceeded to Arnheim, where the garrison could now only be warned to hold the city at all costs until assistance could be sent. In the meantime, de Burgh's troops were swarming everywhere. The Englishman could only proceed by night, had to hide by day on the Veluwe as best he could. Hence much delay. More than once he was on the point of capture, but succeeded eventually in reaching Arnheim. Here he saw Korn, who was in command of the small garrison, assured him of coming relief, and made him swear not to surrender the city, since the stadtholder would soon be on his way with strong reinforcements. Thence to Nijmegen on the same errand. A more easy journey this, seeing that Isenberg had not begun his advance from Cleve. After that, to Kerser and Vargen again. Van Etzema said that it was between Nijimen and Vargen again that the Englishmen, lurking in a thicket of scrub, overheard some talk of how the stadtholder was to be waylaid and captured on his return to camp from Amersfoort. This fact the chronicler must have learned at first hand. By this time the forces of de Burgh were spreading over Gelderland. The Englishmen gathered that the Archduchess's plans were to leave Isenberg's army to deal with Arnheim and Nijmegen for the present, whilst de Burgh was to march on to Ide, and if possible push on as far as Amersfoort. But as to how the coup against Stadtholder was to be effected, he could not ascertain. At the time he did not know that His Highness intended to visit Amersfoort again, but for him that little city where Gilda dwelt was just now the hub of the universe, and thank heaven his errand was now accomplished, all His Highness's orders executed, and he was free to go to his young wife as fast as his own endurance and Spanish vendettes would allow. This meant another tramp across open country, which by this time was overrun with enemy troops. Fugitives from the Ide were everywhere to be seen. "The Spaniards! They are on us!" rang from end to end of the invaded province, and the echo of that dismal cry must by now have been rolling even as far as Utrecht. It meant also seeking cover against enemy surprise parties, who threw the daring adventurer more than once out of his course, so that we hear of him once as far south as Rennen, and then as far east as Doorn. It meant hiding amongst the reeds in the half-frozen marshes, swimming the Rhin at one point and the Em at another. It meant days without food and nights without rest. It meant all that and more in pluck and endurance and determination, to which three qualities in the Englishman the worthy chronicler, though ever chary of words, pays ungrudging tribute. He reached Amersfoort, as we know, just in time to see the stadtholder leave the city in the company of the traitor, Nicholas Bearstein, and, struck by that same treacherous hand, fell helpless for a moment at the very threshold of the burgomaster's house. After which began the martyrdom which had ended in such perfect triumph and happiness. The daring adventurer, left lonely and stricken upon the moorland, did in truth go through an agony of misery and humiliation such as seldom falls to the lot of any man. Indeed, what he did suffer throughout that terrible day, whilst he believed himself to be unretrievably blinded, was never known to anyone save the two faithful friends who watched lovingly over him. Socrates, after he had accompanied the stadtholder, returned to sit and watch with Pythagoras beside the man to whom they both clung with such wholehearted devotion. Part 2. It was not until late in the night that a faint glimmer of light, coming from the fire which the two caitiffs had managed to kindle as the night was bitterly cold, reached the young soldier's aching limbs, and seemed to him like a tiny beacon of hope in the blackness of his misery. By the time that the grey dawn broke over the moorland, he had realized that the injury which he had thought irremediable had only been transient, and that every hour now brought an improvement in his power of vision, whereupon three heads were put together to devise a means for using the Englishman's supposed blindness to the best advantage. One wise head and two loyal ones, not one of them even remotely acquainted with fear, what finer combination could be found for the eventful undoing of a pack of traitors? Ide was in the hands of the Spaniards, Amersfoort on the point of sharing the like fate. These facts were sufficiently confirmed by the stray fugitives who wandered homeless and distracted across the moorland, and were in turn interrogated by the 3 conspirators. With the woman he loved inside the invaded city, and with that recreant Stoutenburg in command of the enemy troops there, Diogenes' first thought was to get into Amsfort himself at all risks and costs. As for the plan for freeing the town and punishing the miscreants, it was simple enough. To collect a small troop of ruffians from amongst the fugitives on the moorlands and place these under the command of Socrates was the first move. The second was to send Pythagoras with an urgent message to Marquette to hurry eastward with his army from Apeldoorn to the relief of Amersfoort, taking on his way the lonely Molen on the Veluwe, where an important detachment of enemy troops might be expected to encamp. The one thing with which Diogenes was, most fortunately, amply provided was money which he had by him when first he started out of Amersfoort on the stadtholder's errand, money which was needful now to enable Socrates to recruit his small army of ne'er-do-wells and to assist Pythagoras on his embassy to Marquette. Thereafter Diogenes, feigning blindness and worse, made his way into the presence of the Lord of Stoutenburg, who held Gilda at his mercy and the whole city to ransom for her obedience. To dangle before the miscreant's eyes the prospect of capturing the stadtholder's person and thus make himself master of the Netherlands was the pivot around which the whole plan revolved. The bait could not fail to attract the ambitious cupidity of the traitor. The verisimilitude was given to the story by Socrates' band of ruffians, whose orders were to spread the news of the stadtholder's advance both on Ede and Amersfoort, and to silence effectually any emissaries of Stoutenburg's who might be sent out to ascertain the truth of those rumors. We may take it that Socrates and his little troop saw to it that none of these emissaries did return to Amersfoort, for the Lord of Stoutenburg marched out of the city at dawn with his sinister banner flying, with his musketeers, pikemen, and lancers, and with Gilda Berenstain, a virtual prisoner in his train. That the daring adventurer risked an ignominious death by this carefully laid plan cannot be denied, but he was one of those men who had gambled with life and death since he was a child, who was accustomed to stake his all upon the spin of a coin, and anyhow, if he failed, death would have been thrice welcome as the only escape out of untold misery and sorrow. Chance favored him in this, that at the last he was left face to face with the burgomaster, to whom he immediately confided everything, and who enabled him to escape out of the house by the service staircase, and thence into the streets, where no one knew him, and where he remained all night, effectually concealed as a unit in the midst of the crowd. He actually went out of Amersfoort in the train of Stoutenburg, and whilst his lordship's troops made a long halt at Barneveld, the Englishman continued his way unmolested across the Veluwe to the lonely Molen, which was to witness his success and happiness, or the final annihilation of all that made life possible. Part 3. All this and more in the matter of detail hath the meticulous chronicler of the time put conscientiously on record. We must assume that he was able to verify all his facts at source, chiefly through the garrulous offices of the Englishman's 2 well-known familiars. What, however, will forever remain unrecorded, save in the book of heroic deeds, is a woman's perfect loyalty. During those hours and days full of horror and of dread, Gilda never once wavered in her belief in the man she loved. From the moment when Nicholas tried to poison her mind against him, and through all the vicissitudes which placed her face to face with what was a mere semblance of her beloved, she had never doubted him, even when the stadtholder seemed to doubt. She knew him to be playing a dangerous game, but a game for all that. When first she beheld him, sightless and abject, in the presence of their mutual enemy, and had rested for one brief second against his breast, that his eyes, still dazed by the poisonous fumes, could vaguely discern her face, even though they could not read the expression thereon, she did not know. The fear that he was irremediably blinded was the most cruel of all the tortures which she had undergone that night. When her father came to her in the small hours of the morning to tell her that all was well with the beloved of her heart, but that he would have all the need of all her courage and all of her determination to help him complete his self-imposed task, she realized for the first time how near to actual death the torturing fear had brought her. But from that time forth she never lost her presence of mind. With marvelous courage she gripped the whole situation and played her role unswervingly until the end. Everything depended on whether Marquette reached the Molen before the Lord of Stoutenburg, or his captain suspected that anything was wrong. True, Pythagoras had brought back the news that he had met the loyal commander at Apeldoorn, and that the latter, despite the fact that he and his troops intended to take there a well-earned rest, had immediately given the order to march. But even so, the future of the Netherlands and of her stadtholder, as well as the fate of the gallant Englishman and his beloved wife, lay in the hands of God. 1 hour before dusk, Marquette's vedettes first came in contact with the outposts of Berenstain's encampment in the gorge below the Molen. There was a brief struggle, fierce on both sides, until the main body of Marquette's army, 4,000 strong, appeared on the eastern heights above the gorge, whilst the Lord of Stoutenburg ran round and round the narrow space wherein he was a hunted prisoner, trying to escape that shameful death which threatened him at the hand of 2 humble justiciaries. His few hundred men were falling like butchered beasts beneath the pike thrusts and musket shots of Marquette's trained troops. Nicholas Berenstain was the first to fall. It was better so. Dishonor so complete could be only wiped out by death. When, a day or two later, after Marquette had driven the Spaniards out of Amersfoort, the burgomaster heard the news of the death of his only son, he murmured a humble and broken-hearted "Thank God." End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of the First Sir Percy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacey M. The First Sir Percy by Baroness Emma Orczy. Chapter 17. The Only World. Out there in the lonely Molen on the Veluwe, Gilda had remained for a while, half numb with nerve strain, suffering from reaction after the terrible excitement of the past few hours. Presently her old serving woman came to her, still raging with choler at the outrage committed against her person by those 2 abominable rascallions. With great volubility she explained to her mistress that they had fallen on her unawares, when first she had been sent downstairs by his lordship, whom may God punish. They had bound and gagged her, and then told her quite cheerfully that this was an act of friendship on their part, to save her from a worse fate, and from the temptation of talking when she should remain silent. She had been thrust into a dark angle of the mill house, from whence she could see absolutely nothing, and where she had lain all this while, entirely helpless, hearing that awful din which had been going on outside, expecting to be murdered in cold blood at any moment, and tortured with fear as to what was happening to her mistress. Only a few moments ago the 2 ruffians had reappeared, running helter-skelter down the steps, and thence out through the door into the open. Fortunately, one of them, conscience-stricken no doubt, had thought, before fleeing, to release her from her bonds. Maria was stupid, uncomprehending, and garrulous, but she was loyal, and had a warm and ample bosom, whereon a tired and aching head could find a little rest. Gilda, her body still shaken by hysterical sobs, her teeth chattering, her senses reeling with the horror of all that she had gone through, found some measure of comfort in the old woman's ministrations. A mugful of wine left over from the midday meal helped her to regain command over her nerves. Holding her young mistress in her arms, Maria, crooning like a mother over her baby, rocked the half-inert young form into some semblance of sleep. And here Diogenes found her a couple of hours later, curled up like a tired child in the arms of the old woman. He came up on tiptoe, carrying a lantern, for now it was quite dark. This he placed on the floor, and then, with infinite caution, he slid into Maria's place and took the beloved form into his own strong arms. She scarcely moved, just opened her eyes for a second or two, and then nestled closer against his shoulder, with a little sigh, half of weariness, but wholly of content. She was just dead tired after all she had gone through, and now she slept just like a baby in his arms, while he was as happy as it is possible for any human being to be, for she was safe and well, and nothing could part her from him now. He was satisfied to watch her as she slept, her dear face against his breast, her soft breath coming and going with perfect evenness through her parted lips. Once he stooped and kissed her, and then she woke, put her arms around his neck, and both forgot for the time being that there was another world save that of love. End of chapter 17. End of the First Sir Percy by Baroness Emma Orczy.